security expert openly say that electronic voting on its own is good.
Actually means, especially in the crucial and very tied battleground state of Pennsylvania. Vice President Harris is counting on suburban women to put her over the top there, and she's got some unexpected help from some longtime Republicans. Weijia Jiang reports.
She's a self-proclaimed lifelong conservative.
Friends don't let friends vote Democrat. Yeah, boy, you have come a long way.
But the group Stephanie Sharp co-founded, Women for Us,
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas,
Right.
is the message, yeah.
is urging fellow Republican women to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris, turned off by former President Trump's rhetoric toward women.
I want to protect the women of our country, whether the women like it or not. I'm going to protect them.
And his role in reversing Roe v. Wade.
We'll send Donald Trump packing and have compromise on issues that are important to all of us.
In Pennsylvania, they are targeting voters in the Philadelphia suburbs that helped President Biden win the state 4 years ago.
I heard you talking about a clandestine sisterhood. What does that mean?
There are, again, hundreds of thousands of Republican women out there who are ready to vote outside their party, but they don't want to talk about it.
Across the battleground states, Post-it notes like these popping up in women's bathroom stalls are aimed at the so-called silent Harris supporter.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
So are campaign ads like this one, narrated by Julia Roberts.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth.
These Trump supporters are skeptical of polling that shows Harris has a big lead among women.
God, I have a big group of families, and I don't know one woman who isn't going to go in there and proudly vote for Donald J. Trump.
For them, it's about policy, not personality.
We're not going home with him. We're not sitting and eating at the dining room table with him every night. But actions speak louder than words, and his actions are...
They're like, yeah, he's gross. Yeah, he's gross and gives off rapey vibes, but, you know, I'm still voting for him.
more aligned with my faith, with my family, and the values that we hold dear.
A senior Trump campaign official tells us that even if Harris performs better with women, they believe that Trump's popularity with men will be more impactful. One strategy, they are flooding rural areas looking for men who usually don't vote. As for Harris, she's going to be knocking on doors herself today in Scranton. Vlad?
Fascinating report. Weijia, thank you very much.
Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote.
Democrat machine in PA has gone kaput, says Waters.
Let's get out the vote. Let's win.
Was amazing. Kamala closing her campaign with a heaping, serving a cringe as the Veep and Donald Trump make their final push.
Once again, you are Greg Buttfeld. You can't say that. Like, you are physically incapable of not being cringe. This makes no dang sense.
To win over undecided voters in swing states, Jesse. Right now, this race is tighter than the hairpiece that's glued to Jesse's scalp. Trump is closing like a madman with 4 rallies across 3 swing states, while Harris is sticking to one place, the Commonwealth of PA.
Yeah, I wonder why.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will take...
That's not good for Trump, dumbass. That's bad. Yeah, he's hemorrhaging support everywhere and trying to make up for it. Like, why the fuck's he going to North Carolina one day out from the election? Is North Carolina supposed to be a state where he's even remotely scared of losing? How can you fucking present that as like a good thing? Like, looking at this map and being like, how fantastic, Donald Trump is really killing it, is like the false, it's not the correct interpretation of this map. This means shit is fucked up, okay? If you're going to North Carolina 2 days out from the vote, or a day out from the election, that means you're scared. That means you're scared of fucking losing North Carolina. Shouts out the Black Adolf Hitler, Mark Robinson, by the way. Don't think, I've said this already, I don't think that it'll have like consequences on the rest of the ballot, because people just don't give a shit about their governors, and this, or people give more of a shit about their governors. They have a more personal bond with their governors. This map makes me think that Harris is all in on the 270 path only. I think it's smart for Kamala Harris to try to pump Pennsylvania as much as she possibly can, because she's cooked without it. So it does make sense that she's doing that. If anything, Trump should also be battling in Pennsylvania.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise.
Hillary ignored visiting states. It did not pan out well. I think Trump has a feel for this. No, I know Trump has a feel for this. My point is, he's going to North Carolina because he feels North Carolina is no longer secure. That's the point. That's why I'm saying he does have a feel for it. That's why he's going to North Carolina. And that, the thing that he's feeling is danger.
And we will take back the nation that we all love so much.
It's about the win, and it is about more. It is about more. It is about just strengthening our country and reminding each other we are all in this together. We rise and fall together.
I've been waiting 4 years for this. We're just one day away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
But that's just a warm-up to Kamala's star-studded finale. And
I was thinking about this, like, one other message that Kamala Harris could have utilized to, like, clamp on the white suburban voters that were, like, formerly Republican is, you don't ever have to see Trump again. Like, vote for me one time and you never have to see another Trump rally. It's actually an incredibly convincing strategy, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Even if you don't want to do it, fucking vote one time and then you never see Trump again. Think about that.
Philly, featuring Joker 2-star Lady Gaga, Latin sensation Rick Martin, and talk show queen Oprah. Never heard of her. But Van Jones.
Dude, you are so lame, dude. You would love to have these celebrities on board. Like, I don't give a fuck about celebrities, okay? I do not give a fuck about whichever celebrity is, like, in the tank for Kamala Harris versus whoever the fuck. But make no mistake, Republicans literally hype up Ted Nugent and fucking Kid Diddler Rock, because those are the only people that are stupid enough to be like, I love Donald Trump. Like, you are, it's a waste. Okay, LeBron is different. He's the GOAT. Obviously, he's the fucking GOAT. And, you know, what he says goes. Okay, calm down. That's why I wrote in LeBron James.
Jones is worried the celeb bonanza finale could backfire.
Only people understand. Working people sometimes have to choose. Am I going to go to the big, cool concert this week and pay for babysitting for that? Or am I going to try to figure out a way to get to the polls? I don't like these big star-studded events. In fact, probably helped us lose last time. I don't want people going to concerts. I want people knocking on doors. I want people out there fighting for this thing. I'm just nervous.
All right, Dana, I have to come to you first because you seem to understand the core.
By the way, this is how the Fox News funnel, CNN, like centrist, center right funnel works. That's why it was always funny when. That's why it was always funny when Anderson Cooper was like, "What do you mean? Like we Fox News watchers don't watch us?" When he was talking to Charlemagne the God. This is fantastic. Regardless of who wins tomorrow, Van Jones will cry on national TV. An unfortunate, sickening reality we all have to face. He makes me sick.
Send dreamers back for no reason. This is vindication for a lot of people.
Jeff Bezos saw this and was like, I'm giving you $100 million.
Have really suffered. You know, I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know. And you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their letters. And it's easier for
Former Maoist third worldist Van Jones. Remember when he also cried when Joe Biden dropped out of the race? So a privileged ass man who wasted his votes because it ultimately doesn't affect him. Cool. Wait, what? Who you talking to?
Oils and the engine of this whole system. And I don't understand, as we add more experts and analysis, the election doesn't become more transparent. It becomes more complicated. It's like we turned the election into a phone plan or a cable provider where there's like, I don't even know what I'm listening to.
Britt Hume said something this morning in Newsroom that I thought was true. You know, sometimes you get frustrated with your phone and you just want to go back to a paper calendar.
Yes.
Because that's when you knew, like, everything was there. He said back earlier when he was reporting in his beginning of his career, you would, as a reporter, go and actually talk to people and get the feel for it. And now everything is so overpolled and social media is distorting things and you just don't necessarily have a good feel. So no one really knows exactly what's going to happen. I do want to add one thing, though. It's smart for her to stay in Pennsylvania because if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she's not going to win the presidency. And Van Jones, who we just showed from CNN, he also said during that same hit that he said, nothing is making me happy about Pennsylvania. He said, I'm nervous all the time, but he said, Philadelphia is where they need big numbers, but it's been trending down. And it's not in terms of people, of just Republicans, it's just people are not going out to vote.
We'll see. We'll see. Low turnout, not necessarily the worst for the Democrats.
So we started this with her chanting, let's get out the vote, let's get out the vote. I don't know if the chanting is going to do it. I don't know if Cardi B is going to do it or Lady Gaga or Oprah even could do it. Because if people don't feel motivated to go out and vote in Pennsylvania, that's going to be really tough for her.
If only she had put Shapiro on the ticket, but she had to keep the Jew off the ticket, Jessica.
My favorite game.
Yes. Isn't it an interesting microcosm of America? Lady Gaga endorsing Kamala.
There's nothing I hate more than these fucking monstrous pieces of shit who have regularly and routinely platformed anti-Semites, who got countless hours of anti-Semitic messaging that, like, rich Jews are doing great replacement. George Soros is bringing an unrestricted amount of black and brown people who are barbaric to destroy Western civilization. Like, this is like normal Fox News commentary. And then those guys turn around and they're like, yeah, it's because they are Jew haters. That's why they didn't want Josh Shapiro on the ticket. Like, that's... it's one of the... it's the thing that I hate it so much. I hate how anti-Semites get away with so much anti-Semitic shit and then can turn around and be like, yeah, you know who's actually anti-Semitic? It's the fucking liberals, the Democrats. Like, obviously, Kamala Harris is super pro-Israel. All right? That's not what I'm saying. But it's just like incredibly disingenuous. Especially as someone who is routinely fucking smeared in this direction. I hate it. I hate that these guys who very openly platform anti-Semitic pieces of shit can just turn around and be like, oh yeah, you know who's anti-Semitic? It's the fucking liberals, dude. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I guess the liberals are fucking anti-Semitic because they didn't want Josh Shapiro to be on the ticket. That was the real reason.
But Lady Gaga's dad endorsing Trump. So who has a
Is the Josh Shapiro bit true? No, dude, what the fuck? Dude, Kamala Harris is married to a Jewish man. What are you talking about? Yeah, she was like, I'm secretly super anti-Semitic. Like, it makes no sense. For many people in the media, their metric of like who's actually anti-Semitic, I just didn't know why they keep repeating it. It's because they're fucking disingenuous monsters, dude. What do you mean? They lie. It's Fox News. That's it. They lie all the time. They're so mad that their VP Oppo research went from he conspired to hide a 50 stab murder to he's a hot fuck boy who fucked. I know. Like, that's where a lot of the resentment actually stems from, is that Josh Shapiro had a lot of weaknesses that the Republicans could have exploited. And there was a shit ton of Oppo for him. And obviously when they were like, oh my God, he has like crazy controversies that'll bring the ticket down. Crazy controversies that'll bring the ticket down. We can't have him on. They basically turned around and they're like, oh, well, we fucked up.
closer grip on reality of everyday Americans, the one who feels the effects of a bad economy or crime or immigration, the restaurant owner in a crime-plagued city, or the pop star, his daughter. Shouldn't she listen to her dad instead of her friends?
I think she's listening to herself. She was born
That's
this
always a
way,
mistake.
and she has always lived this way. And I don't think we need to pit families against each other. He has had success, and she has obviously had wild success and is an incredible talent. And there's no reason to minimize her for this. There is reason to consider if there will be someone who sees this as the final night is just about stars and it's not about Kamala Harris making her pitch. She will, I'm sure, give her same stump speech that she has been giving, which has been wildly effective. Now, in every survey, the late breakers are going for Kamala by double-digit margins, and Trump used to be leading in that category of people who were deciding closer to the end from 4 to 6 weeks out. But the last 2 weeks, it's been about her. But, you know, Van Jones says, I want people knocking on doors. They're having to send home canvassers because they have so many. And on Saturday, this was incredible. The Harris campaign was knocking on 2,000 doors a minute across Pennsylvania.
2,000 a minute, you
A
say?
minute,
A minute?
I say.
My goodness.
Yeah, and you just don't hear those kinds of stories from the Trump campaign. Now, that's not to say that
Maybe
they
'cause they're
don't
lies.
exist. They're not lies. I mean, my mom is right now in Scranton knocking on doors.
Really?
Oh. What? You got something against my mom now?
What?
Oh, you said it
Of course
like,
not.
oh,
No, we
good.
all said wow.
Wow. Oh, okay. Anyway, the closing.
Judge Janine is like, we have to assassinate Jessica Tarlov and her mom. I do want to reiterate a position that I've maintained, which is that a lot of liberals, I think, are betting on a massive fucking Kamala Harris wipeout, including but not limited to friends of mine. People who I respect. And I don't necessarily see it. I don't necessarily see that. No, not Austin. Austin is definitely way more conservative on this stuff than a lot of other people. I don't see a blowout. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see like a massive fucking blowout. I see a relatively close race that Kamala Harris is marginally favored on. Anyway.
Message differential is so stark, though, and you are seeing the effect of this on people who are making these late decisions and just the conversations about how it's ending. So Donald Trump has had to be in North Carolina, which I'm sure he's not thrilled about. So that's the only battleground state that he actually won. He had to go back there. And this rally that he gave yesterday morning, the first one, in the morning in Pennsylvania, where he did everything from saying, you know, he shouldn't have left in 2020 to that weird comment about, you know, shooting the media, that they'd have to shoot through the fake news, and I don't mind that so much. So his spokesperson had to come out and clarify that. Now, if you want to say everything about Trump taken out of context, it doesn't matter. He only has a finite amount of time left to tell the American public that their lives will be better under another Trump administration than under a Kamala Harris administration. And she's the one that's actually making those connections. She's the one that's convincing people that she'd be as good on the economy. She's completely erased his lead there.
It is. We will get into that in the B block. She seems to be actually not talking about any policy at all, Judge.
Yeah, so I'm curious, when people go knock on doors, what do they say Kamala's policy is? Other than, you know, she's this great person who wanted to decriminalize the crossing.
What is Donald Trump's policy? Concentration camps for migrants and full tariffs. What other policy has Donald Trump ever communicated? He says, drill, baby, drill. That's it. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Don't forget the wall. He doesn't even talk about the wall anymore. It's because the Democrats literally are the ones that are doing the wall now. Donald Trump might as well be the anti-wall guy at this point. I mean, technically, he is the anti-wall guy. Democrats were like, we want to build the wall. And Trump was like, don't do it. Don't pass that legislation. So, like, I guess that's flipped over, too. You should read his policy PDF on his website. I know his policy PDFs on his website. It's basically a fucking lightened, it's a lighter version of Project 2025, even though he says he doesn't know what it is. I know, Trump's agenda to fucking save America or whatever. The Democrats are the Great Dividers Law. Yeah, totally.
Of the border by illegals and who wanted to ban fracking and confiscate guns and eliminate private health insurance when they knock on doors. I'm curious as to whether they have answers for that. But look, here's the issue. She's in Pennsylvania 4 times tomorrow, okay? She's doing that because she needs to do that. Had she chosen Josh Shapiro, if she ends up losing this race over Pennsylvania, it will be on her totally for not picking a guy because he was Jewish, for not.
I like by the way, this is also partially how you know Josh Shapiro was a bad pick. I mean, given how Given how the campaign ran, Josh Shapiro would have been a better pick than Tim Walz, most likely. Because, like, they didn't actually adopt progressive policies anyway. But I will say this. Okay. You can tell that Josh Shapiro wasn't a great fucking candidate. You could tell that Josh Shapiro wasn't a great candidate because of how much they talk about how awesome he is. It's like the Joe Biden line. Trump loves Joe Biden now. He just wishes he was running against Joe Biden. And these guys want him way too much. And it's actually partially because, like, Josh Shapiro is pretty conservative in comparison to Tim Walz especially. I thought it was unacceptable for someone who pushed for and caucused with the Republicans in his own state as a blue governor to do school vouchers, school choice programs. I don't agree with that at all. I think that is anti-teachers union. I think that would have been a devastating decision. And that was like one of the major reasons. Because, like, the way I see it, everyone's pro-Israel. I don't give a fuck that he's like, I don't give a fuck that he's Jewish. I don't give a fuck that he wrote an article when he was like in college or whatever, or about how like Arabs have a primitive mind that only knows violence or whatever. Dude, basically every fucking governor and every Democratic Party politician thinks that way, if not has a worse perspective on it. Okay? Like, I don't think that that plays a role in his analysis of Israel. Okay? I'm talking about Josh Shapiro. Like, I'm being radically honest with this assessment. I think that it was some of the other stuff that was more problematic, including but not limited to the case that he pushed aside for his friend or his friend's son, where his friend's son literally fucking killed his girlfriend. His friend's son killed his girlfriend. And what did they fucking do? I mean, they didn't even, they covered it as a suicide case. It's like crazy. It's unacceptable. Anyway.
Not picking a guy because he would outshine her. Now, there are 300,000 Jewish votes in Pennsylvania. 80% of them are Democrats. So the smart thing to do would have been to allow Shapiro to carry the weight on that. But she wasn't smart enough to do that. So now she's got to be in Pennsylvania all day tomorrow. Let's talk about this over-polling. I'm sick and tired of the polls. The one thing I do know is that Democrats are 16 times more likely to pick up a phone and get involved in polling. That's number one. Number two, 70% of America thinks that we're going in the wrong direction. All right, number three, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So it's not like everybody's like, yeah, let's keep going with the Biden administration, because she can't think of one thing she would do differently. And in the end, the Kamala camp is worried because they keep telling women, I don't know how good their polling is, it's okay if you don't tell your husband that you're voting for Kamala. And then she says to the bros, hey, bros, it's okay if you don't tell your men friends you're voting for Kamala. She's worried about that shy Kamala vote. So I think she's got a lot more to worry about. And in the end, his message is a positive one. We're going to have a golden era. He's good with the economy. It was better when he was there. And that he has done.
Kamala Harris doesn't have any policies. I wonder what people are saying at door knocking operations. And that's why everyone wants to vote for Donald Trump, because he's going to do all the good things and Kamala's doing all the bad things. Like, what are you saying? Doctrine shy Kamala vote effect on Fox News. Yes. Remember who fucking came up with that, okay? When those articles are written about in the New York Times, remember.
Done it before, and she can't even articulate it.
Jesse, I saved the Jesse for last. Can you respond to Jessica's optimism about Kamala? And also, what do you make of the polls, the shy voter phenomenon, and my new shirt?
I'm not a fan of the shirt.
Okay.
It's a little too urban for me. But it looks good on you, Greg.
Thank you.
You can tell you did chess this morning. Jessica keeps talking about all this door knocking. Well, it's not working because the Democrat machine in Pennsylvania has gone kaput. The early vote is way down for Democrats. Female votes down.
I think they should just only have Jesse Waters talk about Kamala Harris until every single woman that watches Fox News goes out and votes for Kamala Harris because they just can't stand the vibes that he's putting out. Like, I'm a dude and I feel uneasy. You know what I mean? I can't even begin to imagine what women feel like when they're watching this man speak.
Urban votes down and the rural vote is way up. So you can knock on as many doors as you want. The Republicans have sliced the early vote lead in half, and that's why they're terrified. You talk about these late breakers or going to Kamala Harris. What survey is that? I haven't seen that survey. The Democrats keep talking about this mysterious survey.
It's in Marist.
No
it's in the Univision poll.
Well, no one's seen anything
I
like that.
literally just told you where
because
it is.
if it's actually happening.
Oh, dude. No one's seen it, Jessica, as in I am refusing to read. I don't know how to read. What's Marist? What's the New York Times? I'll bite. What is that? Is that a newspaper? Is that a magazine? I'll bite.
It would show up in the early vote. And across the board in every single battleground, the Republicans are either winning the early vote or they've actually just destroyed the Democrats' traditional.
You're cannibalizing your election day vote, potentially.
You think it's cannibalized, but if you look at the data, it's low propensity voters that they're turning out. And Republicans always show up on election day. So what the Democrats, Greg, are deciding to do or relying on, they are now relying on this avalanche of enthusiasm on election day that has never happened before for Democrats. Democrats never produce huge avalanches of voter turnout on election day. They have to have that with Black Americans, Hispanic Americans. If there's that type of enthusiasm, why isn't it showing up in the early vote? It's a great question, because there's no enthusiasm. I have a theory here about Shapiro.
Yes.
Obama's wingman was in charge of the VP processing. You know, Obama loves Shapiro. They went with Walls instead. It's almost like they burned Walls on an L because they wanted to save Shapiro for 4 years.
Interesting theory.
Is it?
Not really. I was just being nice.
That's sweet of you.
Yeah.
It's
Shapiro
interesting.
didn't really want the job.
I'm just crushed over Ricky Martin. I'm burning all my Menudo albums. Ricky Martin. All right, up next, Kamala refuses to squeal on Callie's tough on crime appeal.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most.
All right, everybody. Time to get lib the fuck up. Election 2024, last week tonight with John Oliver. Dude, the messages are they need to stop. I think Kamala Harris 50-state landslide prediction, if she came out and was like, I'm banning all text messages. I'm banning all campaign communications. Obviously, they would never do it because they take advantage of that as well. But like, you know. Oh, I know. Hasanabi heads in the fucking writer's room. I know. I know. It's me. I've been writing for John Oliver this entire time. It's time to come clean. Every single moment I've lied to you. Every single moment where I tell you, I went to sleep early or whatever, I'm actually lying. I've been writing. What, like, did he just smear Vaseline all over the fucking thing before he went on? Why does he look like that? Why does he sound like that? Why is he like, what is this fucking filter, dude? It makes no damn sense. Where's his neck? I have so many questions every single time I see this motherfucker on camera. Every single time I see his face, every single time I see him chirping, I'm like, I can't even address half of the issues with the things that he's saying because I'm just so confused by how desperately wanted to be fucking acknowledged for like the most basic shit, like the most basic recognition of their humanity. Like, why is MSNBC calling you a political extremist? I'm a trainer and I saw your face plastered at the news of the gym. What? I don't think that's happening, but okay.
Do what you have to do in Gaza.
No, I know the NBC News article came out about the Twitch faces criticism over Israel-Gaza war content on the platform, but that article in and of itself is not saying that I'm a political extremist at all. Like, a lawmaker's accusation that Twitch has been seen in amplification of anti-Semitism since last year's Hamas attack on Israel has put the streaming platform at the center of mounting scrutiny. Richard Torres wrote a letter claiming many of his videos contain anti-Semitic rhetoric. A handful of streams are linked with footnotes on the letter, including brief clips in which Piker is seen issuing his support for Palestinian people and criticizing Israeli leaders, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Piker told NBC News that many of the videos cited in the letter were taken out of context. He noted that in many of the videos being called out by Torres, Piker was criticizing the Israeli government, not Jewish people. Members of Congress frequently write letters in which they call for probes into different matters, though not all turn into investigations. In recent years, Twitch has become a hub for political punditry. Creators stream debates over political issues regularly, and some politicians, including Senator Bernie Sanders, AOC, they worded that pretty well. That's crazy. Yeah, no, this is not, in my opinion, an article that is like saying what I would assume what people wanted it to say. Like the letter, right? It's not like a hit piece or anything. However, unlike social media platforms in the last year, Twitch has largely averted controversies involving Israel and Gaza. Where critics of the platform, including Tories, have argued that hate towards Jewish people have prevailed in the last year, despite Twitch's community guidelines do not permit a behavior motivated by hatred. When asked for a comment, a Twitch spokesperson referenced a blog post. There's no place for Twitch for racism, hatred, harassment, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. Piker, who's amassed 2.7 million followers, said the attacks on the platform are unjustified. They're just trying to take down Twitch in its entirety for the crime of not punishing me, Piker, who is known online by his username Hasanabi and Hasan, told NBC News in an interview in response to the Torres letter. The Turkish-American streamer said he's been doxxed and swatted by bad actors on the platform, referencing alleged instances in the past, which said made him contemplate leaving Twitch. But Piker said he's actually combated anti-Semitism for his entire public broadcasting career, which dates back to his time on the progressive YouTube show The Young Turks, created and run by his uncle Cenk Uygar. You have to just clip stuff in 15-second increments about complex geopolitical situations to be like, see, he means the exact opposite of what he's saying, Piker said of the clips in the Torres letter. The criticism of Piker came the same month Twitch is accused of disabling signups of the platform for some users in Israel and the Palestinian territories. Platform issued an apology, saying that they disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine after Hamas' October 7 attack on Israel in order to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack. Signups on the platform were not entirely disabled, according to Twitch, as users could choose to sign up with phone verification. Let's just say a certain community is calling this a puff piece. Yeah, they're just mad that it's not. They're mad that it's like it is correctly assessing what took place. We deeply regret this unacceptable miss and the confusion it has caused, the platform said. We fixed the issue, meaning all affected users can sign up with email verification. That same week, Twitch issued a 30-day ban to a group of streamers, many of whom are Arab, for hateful conduct during their panel discussion at TwitchCon in San Diego. Streamers Caprice on Poppy. Yeah. Frogan, Rough Fool Ticket, Denims TV, and VL discussed which popular streamers on the platform could and could not use the Arabic term of endearment Habibi, which translates to my love. Their list placed pro-Israel streamers on the bottom and Arab streamers on the top. Ironically enough, Michael from Pennsylvania is now a pro-Israel streamer. They were ranked from Arab to Love Sabra, an American and Israeli-owned hummus brand. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna take a few days off and I'm going back live and ranking hummus just to prove a point. Hashtag hummusgate. Caprice on Poppy wrote on X. Raffle Ticket, who is Jewish, called critics of the panel so anti-Semitic that I'm the one who made the list on who can say Habibi, and they try to spin this as Frogan ranking people from Arab to Jew, adding the critics should keep Jews out of their mouths. Denims TV retweeted author Jake Steinberg, who, while referencing Piker, wrote, he was genuinely grateful to have as a competent, Denims TV retweeted author Jake Steinberg, who, while referencing Piker, wrote, he was genuinely grateful to have as competent of a Jewish ally as Hasan so prominently online. This is the tweet. So cringe to admit, but I'm genuinely grateful to have as competent of a Jewish ally as Hasan so prominently online. NBC News has reached out to the creators who were temporarily banned for additional comment. While there was no blowback initially at TwitchCon, online criticism grew in October when streamer Ethan Klein, host of the H3 podcast on YouTube, posted a video titled Twitch is a Major Problem, where he said he felt the panel was kinda Arab good, Jew bad. I've been suspecting Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem, Klein, who is Jewish, said in his October 18th video on YouTube, which mentions the TwitchCon panel. The ADL, a nonprofit founded to track anti-Semitism and other injustices, also weighed on October 21st, writing a statement that it spoke with Twitch staff after becoming aware of several concerning incidents. Twitch must learn from the situation and improve how they address anti-Semitism and hate on their platform, which is an ongoing and significant challenge, the ADL wrote in a post on X. The organization, which has faced criticism over what some view as pro-Israel advocacy and bias, said it encourages Twitch to take meaningful actions such as collaborating with the platform's Jewish community, providing staff and streamers and moderators with anti-Semitism training, and updating how they review programming for their live events. What's ironic is that the ADL and a lot of the anti-Semitic people who have been participating in the smear campaign, what they've done is potentially call into question the many Jewish content creators on the platform and their own fucking their own livelihoods. Absolutely zero people give a shit about this. It's ironic that genuinely that people are like, no, Twitch is an anti-Semitism platform when you're on fucking YouTube or when you're on any number of different platforms saying this, like when you're saying this from Kick, for example. Okay. Meanwhile, you're literally trying to purposely destroy the lives and livelihoods of all content creators on Twitch, including but not limited to Jewish content creators themselves. All for the crime of doing what? Criticizing Israel's actions while routinely combating anti-Semitism, including but not limited to the anti-Semitic argument that Israel represents all Jews and all Jews love Israel no matter what. Yeah, I'm not going to stop saying that that is anti-Semitic. Important words from Eva Borgward about the unforgivable bargain the ADL has made with MAGA fascists and Netanyahu's genocidal regime at the expense of American Jews. Eva wrote about how the ADL and Greenblatt cozied up to MAGA in the culmination of a years-long trajectory, and where anyone wanting to fight for true safety, for true Jewish safety should look instead. This was in The Nation. This just came out a couple days ago. In any case, Frogan defended the panel in a commentary about the Habibi list in a post on October 19th, writing, the tier list was who has a Habibi pass, which is a meme tier list we did for a variety of creators. The whole basis of my podcast, Arabs, with Capri and Rafi, is that we are all Arabs from different religious backgrounds. I am Muslim. Capri is Christian. And Raf is Jewish. Sabra hummus is objectively the worst hummus to exist and is the unfortunate standard of hummus in the United States. Also in October, Twitch issued a 14-day suspension for Zach Hoyt, Asmund Gold. Hoyt posted a response video walking back the comments. He also posted a video writing in part, of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. I'll do better. In Piker's opinion, Twitch is the social media platform that has done the best job at weeding out bad actors and keeping its personalities from promoting harmful and hateful material. Ironically enough, some of those content creators who have been kept away from Twitch due to promoting harmful and hateful material are now launching this fucking cynical campaign, but it has not worked thus far. In 2021, Piker was temporarily kicked off Twitch for using a derogatory term for white people. Cracker. He said he's also been warned by the platform when he's crossed the line for showing certain content like the Houthi music video. The Ansar Allah group, a Yemeni rebels commonly known as Houthis, is designated as a terrorist group by the U.S. Department of State. Piker described Twitch's application of his terms of service as rigorous in his opinion. He has a large presence on other platforms, including YouTube, where he has 1.42 million subscribers, and on TikTok, where he has 925. Okay, I have 1 million on TikTok now. It's actually one of the most stringently applied TOS systems on any platform, Piker said. I'm a content creator. I'm very familiar with all these platforms. Twitch has been the best terms of service, right? Because they actually apply their terms of service. In his letter, Torres asked Twitch to stop popularizing those who popularize anti-Semitism and floated possible congressional probe. Congress has been scrutinizing the amplified anti-Semitism that's taken hold in the wake of October 7, he wrote. Just like no person is above the law, no company in America, not even Twitch, is above congressional oversight. Over the weekend, Twitch has appeared to quietly roll out a new label for streams discussing broader political and sensitive issues. That includes discussions about elections, civic integrity, war, military conflict, civil rights, the platform said. Labeling will still not be required for streams containing informational or educational content that aim to share knowledge in a neutral, fact-based manner rather than engaging in any kind of advocacy for any issue or candidate. That's it. Imagine going on a congressional hearing. Yeah, I know. It's really funny that like divorcees community that has been banned off this fucking platform for doing shit like this, you know, including but not limited to shit like this, which they can cynically act like they give a fuck about anti-Semitism or whatever, and weaponize people who some may have genuine concern and others who definitely do not to take action against an entire platform. Think that it would be devastating for me to go in front of Congress. I think it's a really weird thing for Richie Torres specifically to try and issue a takedown notice 5-6 days out from a massively consequential election against a progressive content creator who is the largest progressive voice, not just on Twitch, but in general in North America. Very odd way to operate, I think. Very, very odd way to operate. I've heard that since Richie Torres himself is not exactly the type of person that has a lot of motion, considering that this is like a ridiculous smear-laden thing that he wrote with the congressional header while Congress is in recess, people are apparently barking up other trees, including but not limited to the likes of Tom Cotton. Tanky equals progressive. Okay, brother, you have done too much internet, okay? 100%. You have done way too much internet. Bus driver. Apply the bus driver test. Bro, I love the Trump hat in the photo. What's funny about this is that this photo was taken from another NBC puff piece that I did. Like an actual puff piece, a profile. They have apparently been going after the Majority Report advertisers, so they've had no ads recently. Yeah, that's, again, combating anti-Semitism by falsely smearing the Majority Report, which is, you know, hosted by a Jewish man for the crime of being anti-Israel and being critical of Israel and likening it to being anti-Semitic is ridiculous. Anyway. I never knew your dress was this cluttery. It's not anymore. What is the bus driver test? The bus driver test is if you sometimes find yourself captivated by a certain thing that you read online, in order to figure out if you are you know, hyper focused and extremely online in that moment, you should imagine yourself describing the story to a bus driver. Representative Torres accuses U.S. airlines of effectively boycotting Israel. I mean, his entire job at this point is to do this. No motion. Anyway. Let's continue. Swaps? I don't know what the fuck a vote swap is. What, like, swap your vote for Kamala Harris instead of, like, Jill Stein or some shit? Is that what it is? You can swap your vote if you live in a swing state with someone in a safe blue state. What? Swing state voters can vote down fascism and protest democratic support for Israeli ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Swap your voters in blue states. Everyone, this is such a dumb initiative. Dude, this is crazy. I mean, good luck. Like, what the fuck? Trump rally is live, low energy.
So we lose 300,000 people a year to drugs entering from Mexico. And if they don't stop this poison from flooding into our country, and they can stop it by not accepting it from China, and I'm doing the same thing with China, we're going to tariff the hell out of them.
What's the argument against John's point? In terms of Donald Trump being devastating for the country, I agree. Donald Trump is devastating for the country. It will be worse than Kamala Harris. I do not want Donald Trump to win. This is a position that I've maintained even when it was Joe Biden who was running for president. Yeah, it is correct. There is no issues there. in terms of like pushing the Kamala Harris administration to the left, I don't think that that will happen either. I think that that's like right now is the most responsive that the Kamala Harris campaign is supposed to be. This is the moment where they're supposed to be the absolutely most responsive to voters, and they haven't been at all. So there's, you know, what makes you think that once they're comfortable after an electoral victory, where they will be more responsive to voter demands and voter pressure when there is no leverage? If they're not responsive to voter demands when there is leverage, then they're not going to be responsive when there is no leverage. You will never be able to get something from politicians or anyone else, for that matter, from the kindness of their hearts. Your bosses will never give you your earnings from the magnanimous nature of their being. They're never going to be like, oh, I'm voluntarily cutting into my profit margins and giving you more money. You cannot rely on that. You have to apply pressure through collective bargaining. And that's how it works. That's why I'm a massive advocate for labor unions. And the same principle holds for forcing the Democratic Party to make concessions to you. You have to have organizations. Simply voting is, or saying that you're not going to vote is seemingly not working either. That shouldn't stop you from trying to apply pressure. It certainly hasn't stopped me. I will never stop. But, you know, it's important to recognize the reality. Why are they all wearing construction helmets? Because they're in Pittsburgh,
We had
baby.
all of these things. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel. All those people would be alive today. The hostages, that most of whom are no longer living. Think of it. Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. Wouldn't have happened. But Israel wouldn't have happened because Iran was broke. I said you can't buy any oil from Iran. Anybody that buys oil from Iran can't deal in the United States. We don't do business with you. China stopped it. I told that to presidency. If you buy oil, they were the primary customer. If you buy 1 barrel of oil, 1 barrel from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. We'll go cold turkey, which some people like anyway. And you know what? They said, all right, they didn't. Nobody did. I said that to 45
This is like incredibly low energy, and it's reminding me of the late 2020 campaigns that he was doing.
And then we had that bad election, that horrible, disgusting, worst thing that ever happened to the. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young. In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful.
Anytime he says in politics you're not allowed to, he's saying that he's going against his advisors. That means that like they had an internal meeting where his advisors gave him sound opinions, and he's openly defying them. He's done this so many times. And it's ironic because like if he were to listen to his advisors a little bit more, he probably would be in a better position overall.
Anymore, it's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. Say you can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a.
What is this?
Still speaking?
Yeah.
You guys leaving early? You guys leaving early?
Yeah.
Taking off? Are you guys leaving early?
Yeah.
All right. Leaving the rally early?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys leaving early?
Yeah.
You guys leaving early?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys taking off a little bit early?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why'd you decide to leave early?
I've heard it before.
Heard it before, it's kind of boring. Yeah. Trump still.
Republicans have jobs? Yeah, definitely. No, his advisors probably told him to not call women beautiful because it comes across as gross. That's it. Yeah. It's just sad because all the Trump supporters I know only support him because they feel left behind by the government. These are all the people that the Dems can pick up, but they keep doing business as usual shit. I think that's if one more person sends me this goddamn fucking Trump's makeup thread, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna start advocating to not vote for the first time in my entire fucking political career, okay? I don't like what are we doing? That right there, that kind of shit right there is dangerous. It means that like the situation is bad and you're just like grabbing on to whatever the fuck you can. You're like looking for a hope. Whispers of a dream.
How you feeling about?
We won't vote for genocide. Owen Jones in Dearborn, Michigan. Talking to Michiganders. Have you talked about the gay guy who killed Osama? Oh, I forgot to mention this. Yeah. So I don't think he's gay, but Mick Huya, which, has been following me for years. I don't know why. Big threat. Says, "You're not men," when he's talking to Hassan, who posted this thing. He's like, "We're Gen Z voters and we're all proudly voted for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris." And Mick Huya, Robert J. O'Neill, who, of course, has greatly exaggerated his record and has talked about how he was the one who killed Osama bin Laden. Many people have questioned that. Had this fucking insane thing to say. He said, "You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines." Now, I don't know what to say about this because it's like, pause, excuse me? Like, and then he also doubled down on it and said something even more insane, where he responded with, "Bro is doubling down and still has no idea what he said. No, Jake, I'm telling you exactly what betas like you will be used for: sex and food, mostly food." Now, I don't really understand why. He's comfortable saying this kind of stuff, because it's weird. I don't really know what else to say other than this is just weird, man. Yeah, no, he clarified. Like he tripled down on his position and then he deleted it. Wasn't this the guy who shot bin Laden? No, he's the guy who claimed to have shot bin Laden. Very cool stuff. I mean, what can I say to this tweet? Like, honestly, What the fuck can I say? He's just saying that he's gonna like do rape to a bunch of Gen Z supporters of Kamala Harris because they are voting for Kamala Harris. Like, what? It's just one of those things where you can't really respond. And then he's like, no, I'm not just going to rape you guys. I'm going to eat you as well. Yeah, it's just most people are shocked. For understandable reasons. It's like, it's one of those things where, like, what happened, dude? You don't have like a single person around you that was like, hey, you shouldn't tweet that. Maybe he has PTSD or something as a veteran. Like, he seems unwell and probably should be left alone to self-improve right now. Take a week off. Charitable chinchilla. Okay. There you go. Finally, it happened. Neek Skit is now banned for a week. Won't be able to talk in the chat and ask stupid fucking questions during the election and the potential subsequent unrest that comes after the election. He will not be able to do that. Maybe don't make excuses for insane behavior like that. Yeah, no, it's just so insane. Tell Megaphonics he's next. No, Megaphonics is nowhere near as annoying or as much of a nuisance as Neek Skit, formerly known as Neek Skit, now known as Charitable Chinchilla is. I will defend Megaphonics. Yeah. It's this is a good question. Okay, this is obviously wild in a lot of ways, but why is social media the only thing he believes is keeping him from creating a woke boy harem? Like, this is when a lot of people like reveal their own personal sociopathic nature. A very common trope is not necessarily social media, but usually when people say like, "Oh, if it wasn't for the rule of law, you'd be getting raped every day." And it's like, excuse me, what? Like, so you're saying the only thing holding you back is the rule of law? Or when sometimes Christians or any religious person really says like, "Ah, if it wasn't for religion, I'd be doing mass rapes." It's like, what? Like, why are you a self-admitted hypothetical rapist? Like, what an insane thing. What is this? Is this real? Let me think. Gunther Eagleman, political commentator, America First MAGA. Breaking. Source inside the Kamala Harris campaign says Kamala has gone absolutely batshit crazy. The lack of voter turnout in PA. She snapped. Scott Pressler worked a masterclass in PA. They just found out. Isn't Scott Pressler under investigation by the authorities? What the fuck are these people doing? Are they living? Oh, God, why am I even asking this question? They're just so stupid, dude. They're fucking delusional. Harris is now personally knocking on doors in Pennsylvania. Oh, shit. She's desperate. I personally think that it's perhaps not great that we are basically held captive by some of the most insane people and their psychopathic hallucinations. I think it's not good. Brave take, I know, but like probably not good that half of the voters, at least, for one of the two major parties is openly hallucinating shit. And like the Democrats' response to that is not to say, that's not true, you're just making that up. And instead is to be like, okay, we'll do like marginally less than what you're advocating for. Like, we see you, we hear you. We're just going to do marginally less than what you are demanding. And I don't know how we fix that. Like, I've been thinking a lot about this. And it's like the answer to this isn't to, I don't know. Final 2024 race ratings out now. Oh, I have seen this clip. I mean,
I'm not going to
I saw a snapshot of this clip and I immediately knew it was going to be a banger.
go into it because I don't need another visit from the Secret Service.
When did you have one before?
Oh, about 6 months ago.
Why?
Take a wild guess.
Was it because of something you said about President Trump?
Yeah,
What did you say about him?
just the truth.
Which is what?
Read my mind. That.
Wait, Mickey Rourke is woke? I thought I would have suspected him of not being woke. I thought he would have been like, he looks like he'd be pro-Trump. It's a weird W, yeah. Make six packs great again.
This is a six-pack under the leadership of Kamala Harris. This is a six-pack under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Let's make America great again.
Ugh, you're such a fucking loser, dude. I was going to say nobody believes you, but also, like, I do think people believe him because people are just as fucking loser-fied as that loser is. Anyway. What is this? Real drama, finally. Real drama, real news. He's a hypocritical, lying, blockhead, beta bitch bro. Logan Paul called out Ludwig for claiming he doesn't drink Prime, alleging that he fills his personal bottles with water. Finally, some real motion, dude. Finally, some fucking real motion. Some real ass motion. Good people on both sides on this one. Yeah, MAGA male getting called out. Yeah. Finally, some right-wing infighting. Okay. October surprise came late. I'm going to reach across the aisle and defend Ludwig here, despite, you know, him operating a right-wing news channel called MAGA Mail. Final 2024 raise ratings. Certainly thought it was going to be a lot more straightforward. Back then, my plan is simple because of the mistakes made and questionable practices implemented by many pollsters in 2020. I decided it'd be best to come to my final conclusions about the race, stood by only looking at the cream of the crop pre-election indicators. These included polls from the few firms that didn't flinch at projecting Democratic strength at the end of 2022, predictions from historically accurate local commentators, and takes from friends with impressive records in their home states. Talking about me, dude. Just kidding. Yeah. Predictions and takes from friends with impressive records in their home states. At the start, this went along about as I expected. Maris put out a set of Rust Belt polls, and they showed roughly what one would expect from prior indicators like the Washington primary. The final set of swing states surveyed from the New York Times told a similar story. Seeing results like these, I was cautiously optimistic that what I had posited at the end of October, that fears of 2016 and 2020 had causing many pollsters to miss real Harris support, could end up actually happening. And then there was the Seltzer poll. Yeah. Okay. At long last, here it is. After everything we saw over the past month, the race is fundamentally in the same position that it was back in September, just barely lean due to signs of Democratic strength in their easiest path to victory in the Midwest and comparative Republican unsteadiness in their must-win Sunbelt states. The net effect of this total of 308 electoral votes that are in Kamala Harris's column to at least some degree. A surprisingly solid total that also isn't quite as intimidating as it may appear. We can learn a lot here from the mistakes made by pundits in 2016 when it was assumed that Hillary Clinton's supposed competitiveness in must-win Trump states, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, meant that Trump faced an impossible climb. While the idea here was that these states would function like moles in a game of whack-a-mole, we're just getting one of these must-win states down didn't mean that Trump didn't still have problems with the others. What is this? One Republican operative who has worked with ex-president's campaign in the past said it's clear that Trump is decompensating in response to the late Harris surge. He's realizing that he could lose the election, go to prison, and maybe die there, he said. That's insane. I think that's a little too libbed up. I would shy away from that, although I have seen indications that Trump recognizes that he might lose, given some of the quotes he's given to other people. Just, stray away from that. A key Trump staffer was fired for being a white nationalist. Luke Meyer was Trump's regional field director for Western Pennsylvania. Online, he was white nationalist Alberto Barbarossa. Wow. I'm so shocked. What's next? Another Moms for Liberty person was busted in a sex crime ring. What's next? Another Republican consultant was busted for having 8 terabytes of child porn in his hard drive. This is the most common story that happens so much that it is now more dog bites man than man bites dog. Okay? At this fucking stage is basically just oh wow, another Republican outed as a white nationalist online. This, for the record, yeah, fork found in the kitchen is right. Okay, listen. This is precisely why I keep repeating that the Republicans have lost the fucking plot. They are so extremely online. This would be akin to Kamala Harris running a fucking campaign about Z-zero pronouns, okay? Which is so hyper online and so from a different era that people don't even talk about it online anymore, okay? This is the way Republicans have been running their campaigns. I don't know how to describe this to you. It would literally be akin to neo-pronouns being a signature achievement of the Kamala Harris campaign. Okay, we were close to that in 2016 with Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden came in and was like, none of this woke shit, Jack. I'm 800 years old. Okay? I'm letting you guys know I kind of understand why people say what are you talking about? Kamala Harris is running a fantastic campaign to a certain degree, because if you're not paying attention to what the fuck's going on and how Democrats should run campaigns, yeah, she has fucked up infinitely less times. Okay? If at all, really. Her fuck-ups come in the form of being too conciliatory to some of the most right-wing positions, and you know, running along with Liz Cheney or whatever. But like, it's nothing that is even remotely comparable to the way that the Republican Party has been running their elections. Okay? The Republican Party is running an incredibly hyper online campaign. They are getting they're doing the let me see which way the wind is blowing. They're getting that exclusively from fucking Twitter. Okay? They're getting that from Twitter, they're getting that from like the YouTube and slash podcast circuit. It is not how you run a national campaign when you are trying to get adults to vote for you. Okay? Very fucking stupid. Trump truth nuke. Trump says he'll keep men out of women's sports, then adds nobody has ever organically brought that issue up to him ever. It's so funny when he has like moments of brief honesty like this. Like, I am reminded of the time when Donald Trump vindicated yet again. Yes, of course I'm vindicated, because in spite of spending every fucking waking moment online, laser focused on whatever the fuck is going on in the sphere of online commentary, I like to pay close attention to how normal people operate. One aspect, one way of overcoming being hyper online is also by looking at polling. Not necessarily just polling on elections, but like message polls, like things that people care about, okay? And how they respond to certain things. The data is readily available even if you are hyper online. This is why I say over and over again that nobody gives a fuck about trans people enough to go and vote in either direction, okay? It's fucking ridiculous. Trans people themselves do care about obviously protecting trans people, so they hope that the Democratic Party will defend them. But even then, you know, there's plenty of other reasons that most people will go out and vote, including but not limited to trans people. The idea that like the Republicans are motivated by trans hate to go out and fucking vote is so stupid and has been such a demonstrable fucking failure. Okay? These are some of the reasons why. This doesn't mean that there isn't a single person. Please, bro, my girl's mom is literally voting Trump because of trans women in women's sports. This doesn't mean that there is not a single human being out there, chatter. Okay? Yeah, Matt Walsh exists. Okay? He's voting for trans people. Okay? Like, sure. It seems to me like Republicans are sick of hearing about it. They're not exactly broken up about trans healthcare being banned in their states. No, they're just sick of hearing about it because it's not relevant to them. And they've been sick of hearing about it. Okay, I'll explain it to you like this. Take any issue, okay? Any issue at all that isn't very prominently displayed in American media, okay? Let's say your issue is intactivism. You think it is morally unconscionable that millions of babies are getting circumcisions without consenting to it, okay? Now, whether you agree with this or not does not change the reality that you are constantly talking about baby dick. And you're doing it over and over again. And while some people might go, you know what? I kind of agree with you. Why the fuck are we getting circumcisions? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If you were constantly talking about baby dick like that, people are going to be like, dude, you are way too invested in baby dick. Okay? So even people who might agree with you are going to be fucking grossed out by you being a single issue on the matter. It comes across like you are pathologically obsessed, hyperfixated on trans people. Because they are. They are. Republicans are, or at least some of these fucking idiots are, legitimately hyperfixated on trans people, so much so that they mistake their own personal pathological obsession and maybe the pathological obsession of people they see on Twitter. They mistake that with genuine enthusiasm. In a country where if they were to look at any fucking poll on the matter, in a country where 64% of the population agrees, including Republicans in this poll, agree that trans people are disproportionately targeted, okay, and discriminated against. That means that there are transphobic people out there who still think, you know, yeah, I'm transphobic. I think trans people are fucking weird. I don't want my children to be trans. They're going to woke my children. They're going to transgender my children. But also, I'm not transphobic, which is an incredibly common position. If you were to ever talk to a transphobic person, they would straight up say that, okay? Just like the guy from yesterday that Owen Jones was interviewing. Now, this doesn't mean that they are not transphobic. It doesn't mean that, like, tomorrow they're going to fucking advocate for new Fallout New Vegas mods or start playing Hearts of Iron, okay? It just simply means that they don't give enough of a fuck to go out and vote for a candidate for this reason, okay? That's it. And that's precisely the reason why the Republicans have just occupied so much space in the state legislatures by just like dunking on trans people over and over again with no appetite for said ownage from the actual fucking voters. They're wasting their own damn time and they're wasting everybody else's time. That's it. And this has led to failures for them in 2022 when they did this shit. They leaned far too much into like crime panic narratives, trans panic narratives. At a time when they should have had a massively consequential red wave. We're talking about a time when like there was negative real wage growth. Like that's insane. So they're just hyper fucking online. That's it. They're so incredibly online. And that is why I believe that they're going to lose. That's it. That's why I believe they're slated to lose. Because they are unimaginably online and focusing on all the wrong shit. That's also partially why I thought that their weird narrative was good, was solid, because they are fucking weird. And it has the capacity to shake people out of their stupor when they're met with that. When they're met with fear, oh, you're transphobic, you're bigoted, you're scary, you're a Nazi. They like that because there's still power there. They're like, yeah, you're just afraid of me and you're calling me a Nazi because like, you're just afraid of my power. When you call them weird, they're like, wait, what the fuck? You're making fun of me. You deflate the power that they have. Anyway. Well, the idea here was that these states would function like moles in a game of whack-a-mole, where just getting one of these must-win states didn't mean that Trump didn't still have problems with others. Their results Their results ended up being correlated with each other. All the states that were said to be putting him in an impossible position ended up falling in his direction early on into election night, putting him right at the doorstep of winning the election, which he ultimately did in 2016. It's best to understand this map somewhat similarly. Together, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada put Trump a bit of ways from 270, but if Trump is winning one of the two big states here, North Carolina and Georgia, he's very likely winning the other unless the margin is exceedingly close. Both have polled very close to the other throughout the year and voted very similarly in both 2020 and 2022, notwithstanding some subtle but important differences that I'll get to in a bit. They and their combined 32 electoral votes are likely to be a package deal. If Kamala wins them, she's very likely to be the next president. Past that point, Trump's only path to victory would be a clean sweep or near clean sweep of the Midwest, running through Pennsylvania and Michigan. If Trump wins them, on the other hand, he'd be right at the door of 270 electoral votes, assuming a win in lean R Arizona, even without Nevada, only requiring one of the three of the Midwest swing states to seal the deal. In other words, it'd be a lot like what happened in 2016, even if the punditry is completely different this time around. But to be said, to be in the kind of position, what? Damn, bro, you fucking wrote this. You wrote this up real quick, didn't you? God damn.
Look at the movement
Final
that
Waltz
Kamala
Mamala
has
rally
built
is
in
live.
that short amount of time.
Okay, let's watch this. I do want to see this.
Now imagine what she'll do in 4 years. And I got to tell you, one of the best parts of this is she has brought back the joy to our politics.
Bro, they spent all the fucking $1 billion on camera equipment. It's crazy.
Look, this is a pretty amazing journey for me, too. A kid from Butte, Nebraska, and a kid from Oakland, California, now find themselves with the opportunity tomorrow to become the next president and vice president of the United States. I can't tell you how proud I am to be on this ticket with Kamala. From her very first day, from a prosecutor to a district attorney to the attorney general of the largest state in the nation to a United States senator and to
prosecuting
vice president,
transnational
she
gangs.
has had one client the entire time: the people of this country. This is a servant leader who stood up for women and children against predators and abusers. She stood up with seniors and workers against fraudsters and big corporate interests. And she stood with families and communities against transnational gangs and traffickers. And she never once hesitated to work across the aisle to improve the lives of Americans. When people came to her,
Trump's last rally in Michigan is going to be at like 10 p.m., by the way, which is
simply
crazy.
said, how can I help? Now look, we get an opportunity together to build an economy that if you work hard, you don't just get
Joe
by,
Rogan endorsed
you get ahead.
Trump. Yeah, no shit, dude.
And let's be
Wow, Joe Rogan endorsed Trump. That's crazy. I can't believe Joe Rogan endorsed Trump after having Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk on. And fuck it, why not? I'll include motherfucking John Fetterman on that too as an endorsement for Donald Trump.
part of. Look, I grew up in rural Nebraska. Population 400. Had 24 kids in my class. A bunch of cousins in there. But the thing you learn when you grow up in that small town is you understand what it means to take care of your neighbor. Same thing that happens when you grow up in a big town. You start to understand that your neighbors and it matters, and we're all in this together, working towards the common good. Those are the values that animated Kamala and my service. That's the values that after tomorrow, we'll be able to take to the White House for the rest of this country. And you saw on the National Mall what a president looks like and sounds like. When she said she wants to be a president for all Americans, those who vote for us and those who don't. She and I both come from the middle class. We've lived this experience. We'll be relying on that experience every single day in the White House. That's why she said from day one she'll be focused on lowering the cost of living for families and put more money back in the pockets of middle-class Americans. An opportunity agenda that makes housing more affordable, makes it easier to start a small business, makes it easier to care for our loved ones, and yeah, make this country more free. When Kamala and I talk about freedom, we mean the people should be free to make their own decisions about health care and who they love, not politicians.
God.
The freedom
What
for
could
our
have been.
seniors to retire with dignity by strengthening Social Security and Medicare. And yeah, as a teacher and a dad, the freedom to send our kids to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom. Look, Wisconsin, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. Kamala's a gun owner. We know we can uphold the Second Amendment, which we've always done, while also upholding our first responsibility, our children and their safety.
Jay Ghost, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Let me speak to the guys in this
Hype
room.
train level 2
I want you
achieved.
to think about the women in your life that you
Why?
love. Their lives are literally at stake in this election. More than 20 states now have abortion bans, and our daughters and those loved ones you're thinking of now have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers. When Congress passes a law to restore the right to choose, to make Roe the law of the land, President Harris will sign it into law.
Mephi 3000, caked up bot. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Meow Faudo.
Because Kamala has said it, and we all know it. We are not going back. We are not going back, folks. So, Milwaukee, I'm here today on behalf of Kamala Harris and myself to humbly ask you for your votes. Elections tomorrow, and we're not taking anything for granted. Look, I did it for too many years to pass up the chance on this one. We're in the last 2 minutes of this game. This thing's tied, but we got the damn ball. We got the ball. We got the best quarterback in Kamala Harris. And we got the best team with the people right here in this room. There's gonna be a time, folks, as we get that last yard done, as we get this thing over. But here's the thing, I'll tell you what an opportunity in our time to be living in this moment, to be able to influence not just 4 years, but 40 years, to make a difference in people's lives, to improve their lives. And there's going to come a time for all of you. I know if you're young, you're not thinking it, but it will come. You're going to be sitting in that rocking chair on your porch, and you're going to be rocking away. And a little one's going to come
Chuck Diesel,
up. They
thank you
just
for the
came from
50
school,
gifted subs.
where
Hype
they're
train
learning
level
the
4
history of the
achieved.
2024 presidential election in the United States. And they're going to wonder, what did you do during that election when you protected the American experiment, when the rule of law held, when the Constitution was the law of the land, when dictators and division and darkness were thrown out, and
Thank you for the
unity
10.
and hope
Ungoliant, thank you for the
and a new way
5.
forward
Streeto,
were
thank you
in.
for the 5.
When everything was on the
Zylax,
line,
thank you for the 50.
when that little one asked you, what did you do during that election? You're going to be able to answer, every damn thing I could. Every damn thing I
I feel like it's Tim Walz is being wasted, I think, on this.
24 hours, Milwaukee.
Base
for a better
Lily, thank you for the
future.
10.
24 hours to President Harris. 24 hours to make a difference.
Eat the Ritz, thank you for the 5.
So I know this state knows a little something about winning. So here's my ask of you. Wisconsin, win this thing for America. Let's go. Let's go.
quality is dropping. Camera quality is dropping a little bit. Why does the FPS fuck up? What the fuck is happening? Chances of a Waltz presidential bid in 2028? No. This is the final Waltz rally. Kamala's final rally will be in PA in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me no joy to reveal this information to you. We have this just in. Joseph Robinette Rogan has officially endorsed. Joseph Robinette Rogan has officially endorsed Donald Trump. Shocking absolutely zero people, I think. I suspect this will not come as a surprise. Joe Rogan's demise was fairly transparent. This is kind of what like destroyed Alex Jones as well, in my opinion, and like removed the edge from his commentary. He used to be a more fun person to watch. He is now officially a bought and sold man. A charlatan. Johnny Harris is probably shocked. Oh yeah, remember when Johnny Harris was wrote that like insane article about Joe Rogan? He went mainstream. Dog, he is a fucking mainstream celebrity. Of course he went mainstream. Props to Joe for getting in the MAGA trifecta. President falls in love with Joe Rogan. The guy who shot bin Laden is not beating the weird allegations. I don't think Joe Rogan's community is that shocked by this. They constantly rip on him. My goat is washed. Shocking, Joe. Shocking. It's astonishing how a guy like Joe was once an outsider who was critical of things, and now he just folds to everyone around him in his little Austin crowd. Yeah. What is this?
Oh, those Penn State guys, I wanted them to wrestle the migrants. I told, you know, the UFC, Dana White. Oh, they killed me in this. I told Dana you ought to set up your League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are. But I don't.
What?
I doubt.
What the fuck is he saying? Like, he's fantasizing about beating up random immigrants, but then also saying that, like, those random immigrants are fucking strong. Like, what? Is bro paying attention to what he's saying? I feel like he's just sauceless. Sauceless. I will say this over and over again. My man, my goat is washed. Okay? When you find out your goat is fucking washed. Does he not know the UFC is already full of immigrants? Yeah, Trump thinks Dagestani people are from America secretly or something. I don't know. Okay, good. So it's just not me. He's actually fucking cooked over the past 2 weeks. It's unbelievable to see even by his own standards. No, if you remember what happened last time around, if you remember what happened last election cycle, by this point Trump was putting up like LeBron numbers, okay? He was doing like 4 rallies a day. And if you recall, he was getting real sleepy and real weird at those rallies in the same exact way that he is right now. He is definitely past his limit. He's definitely way past his limit. He's done. He's Celtic Shaq right now. Yeah, he is. I mean, we'll see. I've said what I've said already. I've made my prediction on this. Only time will show what will happen. But yeah, I think he is definitely washed.
By the left.
Oh, Megyn Kelly. He brought Megyn Kelly up. Yeah, blood coming out of her, whatever, Megyn Kelly.
By the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports and where they don't belong. By the left.
Yeah, that's a real resilient message, dude. Like half the country's like, you took away medical access to a procedure that we could have had before you became president. And his answer is like, what about trans people? Think about the trans people playing sports. Do you understand why that's fucking stupid? This ain't England, dog. You can't be fucking running this kind of commentary. His entire pro-woman narrative is so obviously misogynistic that, like, I feel like the only people that will split ticket forecast and no hedging, Kamala 53, Donald Trump 47. We've said a lot about how this is an uncertain toss-up, but our model has always said Harris nominally ahead, and she remains ahead by a whisker. Mama alive? I don't think she is. Oh, she is.
Pittsburgh!
What the fuck's up with the quality, dude?
Are we ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it is good to be here tonight with all these leaders. I thank you all so very much. I want to thank Representatives Lee, DeLuzio. Let's send them back to the U.S. House of Representatives. Please send Bob Casey back to the United States Senate. And I thank everyone for being here and taking the time out of your busy lives to be here this evening. I love you back. I love you back. I love you back. All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Wait, there's another rally after this in Philadelphia?
And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States.
At 11 p.m. Eastern? What a fucking
But we
dynamo.
still got some work to do. Because look, the race is not over and we must finish strong. So listen, here's the thing about the hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will
Okay,
win.
she's beating me in her work ethic, I'll be honest. I gotta pee.
And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're done. We're exhausted with it. And Pittsburgh, we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a fresh start. And we are ready for a president who knows the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. And instead of stewing over an enemy's list, I will spend every day working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your life, because ours is not a fight against something, it is a fight for something. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. And we are not going back. And here's the thing, guys. We are fighting for a democracy. We are fighting for a democracy. And in a democracy, true leadership understands that the leader listens to the experts and listens to people who disagree with them. I will listen to people who disagree with me because I do not believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I will give them a seat at the table. That is what real leaders do. That is what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Pittsburgh, that is my pledge to you. And to you I ask then, who here has a plan to vote? Fantastic. Okay, so help spread the word then. Polls are open here in Pennsylvania tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. You know that. Go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including where and when to vote and where to drop off your mail ballot, because we need everyone to vote, Pennsylvania. You will make the difference in this election. You will make the difference. And friends, listen, we are all here together because we love our country. We love our country. And when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism. I love you back. Love you back. And one of the highest forms of our love of our country is to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So Pittsburgh, listen, we got one day left to get this done. So now we work to get out the vote. Let's reach out in these next 24 hours to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and coworkers. And as we do that, let us really be true to what our campaign has been about from the very start. And on that, I say, please let us be intentional about building community.
Yeah, I saw the Mickey Rourke clip. It's pretty funny.
Building coalitions. Because here's the thing. So much about these last several years has been about trying to make people point their fingers at each other, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, to try and make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition and reminding everyone that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let that be our goal. And let us remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So one last time, Pittsburgh, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Decision desk, which follows me, weirdly enough. I'm not gonna. This song is a banger. God damn, dude. Decision desk, which weirdly follows me, I don't know why, puts Republicans having a 75% chance of winning the Senate according to our latest forecast. Obviously, West Virginia is gone. And beyond that, this is all red losing. Montana not looking good. All red not looking good. You guys really think I'm gonna let that happen? Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen, Mel Cattell. Carl Kalinske says Kamala Harris might win Florida. I cannot begin to explain to you how much I disagree with that analysis. I would be the most shocked man in the United States of America if that happened. I think out of like all the states where abortion is on the ballot, I'd go so far as to say that superstar Katy Perry, what the fuck? Okay, well, yeah, who cares? Out of all states where abortion is on the ballot, Florida is the one state that is the least likely. Trust me, bro, I got this. All right, Chatter's got it. She's more likely to get Arizona than Florida. Yeah, I don't think that's that unfair of an assessment to make. Arizona also has he didn't say that. That was his bullish Kamala prediction. That's like beyond bullish. It's because FEMA is taking away Florida Republicans' right to vote, or at least that's what my mom thinks. Yeah. My friend who works for New York State had to go home early from all the threats and doxing their home address due to the Peanut the Squirrel story. Yeah, that's the other side of this, incredibly slanted, incredibly busted American politics cycle is that, like, Republicans don't just disagree anymore. They just dox you and try to kill you. Like, there's no more disagreements. There's no more just like, hey, oh, I don't agree with you. It's now, I don't agree with you, which means I'm going to threaten your life. And it's gotten to such an insane degree that basically it's Republicans that are also trying to kill other Republicans, like the registered Republican that shot the fucking president. You know? It makes no sense. Speaking of bomb threats at 10 New York State DEC offices as outrage over death of Peanut the squirrel continues. There's also, not only has there been multiple bomb threats, at this point, like, we have to do something about like online harassment. And I know that our Congress is like too old to understand any of this shit, but it is pretty fucking wild. It is pretty wild that it's just like so commonplace. Wonderful that we've gotten here with like the most psychopathic losers and weirdos basically using Twitter as an platform where you can say whatever the fuck you want.
And they put her in, and she somehow, a woman, somehow she's doing better than he did.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine it can last, because
That's pretty funny. Somehow, as a woman, she's doing better than he did. He's woke. He's saying that America is misogynistic. He's actually woke. Whoa. What was that? Anyway. The squirrel guy is super right-wing. Yeah, he's also a sex worker, so I don't know how the fuck that works. I do find it funny, though, that, like... I do find it funny that they are running this... they're running this fucking massive defense for, like, I think a guy who used the peanut squirrel for, like, sex work. I think he might even be a gay porn star, actually. I don't know if I can show this. Oh, Christiane Amanpour is anti-Semitic now, according to Stop Anti-Semitism. Why is she anti-Semitic? 7-second clip. Disgusting. CNN reporter Christiane Amanpour refers to the IDF as occupational forces live on air. Will she be fired like Ryan Gerdusky was? Or is there a different set of rules?
I understand why you would want to film what's happening to your own villages from the settlers and the Israeli occupation forces. I understand why.
Yeah, really fucked up. Really fucked up for correctly calling what Israel is doing an occupation. His OnlyFans is just gay baiting stuff. You sign up and to actually get anything, you got to pay more. He doesn't have any man-on-man stuff. You sound disappointed, Kev Dog. What do you mean he used the squirrel for sex work? I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny that this story has, like, caused a massive like media consumption rift, in the sense that like people who are at least somewhat tapped into like right-wing commentary are laser focused on the peanut story, and people who don't do that have no idea what this is about. And I like keeping people in the dark about this story. I really do. So I'm just not going to mention it. Also, it brings me extra no pleasure to give you this story. Moodang predicts Donald Trump will win the U.S. election. The famous baby hippo was presented with separate cakes featuring both candidates' name, ultimately choosing to eat the Trump cake. Moodang has been... Can it vote? No, that fat bitch. Doing payola hate against a Thai celebrity to distract from the fact that your country is one big joke. She only began eating solid food 2 weeks ago. What makes you think she even cares about U.S. elections? She simply picked the bigger fruit. Do not bring her into this. Never trusted that oversized rat. Never liked Moodang in the first place. Okay, people are getting vicious. Election night meal. Let's watch the viral hippo video. She's so cute. Wait, maybe it's because Mamala went for Mamala. Like, my mom is a Moodang truther. She thinks it's an animatronic. Wait, what? Your mom thinks Moodang is an animatronic? Yeah, I like this tweet. Moodang shot dead in Chicago. Moodang predicts Donald Trump will win U.S. election. There's a subsect of people who think all animals are fake, especially zoo animals. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the percentage of people that think that and those who vote Republican is a Venn diagram that's just one circle. It's like this. Like I feel like if you think all animals are fake, especially zoo animals, like you're most likely a Republican Party voter. Like reliable, high propensity voter for the Republican Party. And yes, I did see Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump, which is, I think that's going to be more consequential for Joe Rogan than anybody else. I feel like there's definitely like still a subsect of dumb people in the Joe Rogan fan base that probably still think he's like an independent guy. You know what I mean? And they're going to see this and be like, oh, I don't know if I like that. Even if people themselves are pro-Trump, I could totally see like a pro-Trump Joe Rogan lover saying that they don't appreciate that Joe Rogan openly endorsed Donald Trump because he's like supposed to be like an enlightened guy and he's kind of sold out. He's kind of sold out basically by doing this. He's independent though. No, bitch. You can't be independent after fucking endorsing one of the two major parties like that. Are you crazy? Oh, here it is. Here's the guy I was talking about. Dude, what the fuck? I already voted for Kamala. I assumed you weren't endorsing anyone, so I took a guess. Is there any way for me to change my vote now? This sucks. Connor. Anyway. So, now that the election is around the corner, it's time for me to fill my ballot. And as always, as is the case every year, it's in front of me right now. We got a voter information pamphlet for the general municipal election. A lot of this shit has my name and address on it, so I'm gonna fucking not show you anything. Okay, obviously. But I'm opening up my official ballot right now. And in order to, and we're gonna go through the ballot measures as well. I will, of course, be, as always, using the DSA LA voter guide. Okay. I'm going to be dropping off my ballot at a participating vote center tomorrow. But I will be filling it out right now as we go along. We got the return envelope, instructions. Instruction says, I got an I vote sticker in here too. Instruction says, number one, check that you have your ballot cards and a return envelope. Okay. Fuck, I need a pen. I have my ballot cards and a return envelope. Number two, vote. And it says here that if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, your vote will not be eligible. What? That's crazy. Can't believe that they're doing that. Can't believe that they're saying that and doing that. I guess that's California for you. Use only black or blue ink pen to mark your choices on your ballot. Fill in the circle to the left of your choice. Don't vote for more choices than indicated. This is going to be really hard because Kamala Harris has told me that she's a uniter of America, and therefore, judging by her unification strategy, I personally thought the smart thing to do would be to vote both for Donald Trump and also for Kamala Harris because, you know, she said she would be the great uniter and not the divider. Do not return this card with the ballot, it says. I got the official ballot in front of me. Okay? It's kind of crazy because I am an undocumented immigrant. And it's wild that they sent this to me, despite the fact that I am an undocumented immigrant. But such is the nature of California politics once again. As you guys know, it is illegal for me to vote, is what the Republicans want you to think. But the reality of the matter is it's very legal and very cool for undocumented immigrants to vote. Undocumented immigrants such as myself. But I do feel like we need a little bit of fun while I'm filling out my ballot, okay? Sure, we'll go over to the Democratic Socialists of America Los Angeles voter guide, but I feel like we need to spice it up a little bit. You know? Am I alone in this? Does anyone have the link that I'm looking for? I'm looking for something to just like set the mood. really. And I can't seem to find, you know what? Maybe this song?
Oh my God, I will vote.
Yeah, that's right.
The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. Oh yeah, for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump. I don't believe in fake news.
No, I don't.
All I need is the truth.
Yeah.
Because we love our country.
We love it just like you. Economy por Trump. Okay. Anyway, let's get started, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls. Let's get started on Los Angeles. Okay, first up, we have on the official ballot for the general election, November 5th, 2024, County, Los Angeles. I'm using my KDSN, the Hive pen for this. Shouts out to the Hasanabi head who gave this to me. Love my local news reporters. Instructions to voters marking your ballot. It says do this, not a check, and not an X. Use only black or blue ink. That's fine. I got that shit locked down. Okay. Page 1 of 6. For city local, Los Angeles Community College District, member of the Board of Trustees, seat 1. Okay, where the fuck are the city logo? This shit's so goddamn hard, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. DSA, SF dropped the ball, to be honest. They don't have a voter guide. I was like, what the fuck? That is kind of crazy. But there's definitely something. There's definitely something out there. There's no way that there isn't a fucking voter guide at all. You know what I mean? I love finding new Schumer's that love Donald Trump as much as I do. Leftist people in San Francisco should use pissed off voter guide. Voter guide all in one image. That is Chris Rail's voter guide. Okay. Chris Rail has also another LA voter guide. Another one that you can use is Knock LA. You can make up your mind on some of these, but most of these are going to be in alignment with one another. But overall, this is fucking confusing, man. What the fuck? DSA LA posted you? I know. They're so silly for posting that photo instead. Anyway. Okay. I like that for hold on. I don't want to reveal too much of my I don't want to reveal all of the shit that I'm voting for, right? Like city specific shit. I guess people know like what area that I live in. But you know what? I'm going to keep my city local shit to myself, okay? I'm going to keep my city local shit to my damn self. How about that? How about that? Okay, this is on. All right, there it is. Community College Board of Trustees. These are some of the races where very little information is presented to you, dear voter, but it matters a lot. Like our LAUSD public schools, our community colleges are pinnacles of our neighborhood and provide vital services to our working class communities. LA Community College District is huge geographically and oversees a $10.4 billion budget. Other roles include hiring and firing the chancellor. In this case, this board is tasked with both right now, following a vote of no confidence in the most recent one. Making sure community needs are met by the schools and implementing programs and policies to help our students. Our community colleges have been faced with declining enrollment since the pandemic, as well as several lawsuits ranging from delayed and over budget construction projects, not complying with the ADA, and sexual harassment. Despite the board having discrete seats, you are not geographically bound, so we're all voting for seats 1, 3, 5, and 7. Historically, incumbents have run a slate, and this year is no different. The slate of incumbents includes Andrea Hoffman for seat 1, David Vela for seat 3, Nichelle Henderson for seat 5, and Kelsey Leno for seat 7. They all represent the better option in each race, each and every race. I only use TYT Anna's voting coloring book voting guide that shows the best ways to fill in your ballot in a way that creates a cute nonpartisan image. Every picture ensures you never miss a transphobia and anti-homo. Okay. Okay. Andrea Hoffman for seat 1. This is interesting because it's not the same here. This person is saying LA Community College trustees, Cheyenne Sims, Nancy Perlman. Very different than, am I looking at the right, like, what the fuck? So DSA-LA and this person, Chris Rail, are directly at odds with one another. I'm going to go with the DSA-LA one. An org's voter guide versus one person's guide. Check Chris Rail's guide, please. This slate is endorsed by the faculty and staff unions who work and teach at LA community colleges and also UTLA and LA Fed. In some of these races, the slate candidate is the only candidate who's not a right-winger, like in the case of seat 5. In others, they are the most experienced candidates, ensuring our community colleges are responsive and to the needs of Black, Brown, and LGBTQ students, like in seats 1 and 3. And we'd like to highlight Kelsey Leno, an active leader in her union, is current president of El Camino College Federation of Teachers, currently bargaining for a fair contract. Chris is an unhoused mutual aid activist who worked with DSA until they stopped doing unhoused mutual aid in 2019. Do with that information what you will, chatters. She says Cheyenne Sims for LA College Community College Trustees for seat 1. DSA-LA says Andrea Hoffman. For seat 3, DSA-LA says David Vela. For seat 3, she says Nancy Perlman. For seat 5, DSA-LA says Kelsey Leno. She says for seat 5, Nichelle Henderson. Wait, what? She says for seat 7, Kelsey Leno. Wait, is the DSA-LA one wrong? What the fuck? Oh, no, they're running for all the seats. Okay. No, you misread. Nichelle Henderson for seat 5. Seat 7, Kelsey Leno. DSA-LA says seat 7. Oh, Kelsey Leno for seat 7. Okay. I did misunderstand it. It was my fault. Anyway. All right. Okay. Okay. Economy for Trump. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Okay. DSA-LA on his last legs? No. Okay, then you have members of the state assembly, which is a difficult one. Unfortunately, you can make a decision on that one depending on which district you're in. Let's just say that some districts are not great, regardless of regardless of your position, which happens quite a bit. Anyway, state representative, of course, for your district. Which, for me, California's 30th congressional district. This Los Angeles district covers a big swath of central Los Angeles, including Hollywood and Silver Lake, and then stretches up to include eastern San Fernando Valley, Glendale, and Burbank. Centrist and liberal Warhawk Senate candidate Adam Schiff has held a version of the seat since 2001. After an incredibly crowded primary, Democrat voters canceled each other out, leaving us with a Democrat versus a GOP race. Laura Friedman has been among the most progressive California State Assembly members, regularly sponsoring and authoring bills for a single state payer, as well as leading on public transportation, bike lanes, and other environmental issues in the LA area. She's considered more accessible than most sitting politicians to grassroots and nominee groups, though she still has her fair share of business interest supporters. Beyond the assembly, Friedman is endorsed by the LA Times, a handful of local unions, a bunch of Democratic women orgs like Emily's List, and overlapping DSA Los Angeles elected officials Constantine Anthony and Hugo Soto Martinez. She's up against a weird libertarian who brought a big billboard near Echo Park on the 101 and hasn't done much else. Laura Friedman has this in the bag. The deep blue district. Okay. Los Angeles City General Municipal Election Measure DD. Independent Redistricting Commission for the City of Los Angeles Charter Amendment DD. Shall the city charter be amended to establish an independent redistricting commission to redraw city council district lines every 10 years in the city of Los Angeles? Supporters: Councilmember Paul Krikorian, Councilmember Nithya Rahman, California Common Cause. Opponents: none submitted. Currently, redistricting in Los Angeles is decided every 10 years by a 21-member commission. One of its biggest flaws in this process is that each city council member gets to appoint a member to the commission, which plays into America's long history of gerrymandering. Where voting districts are selectively drawn to favor a political base. By getting to appoint their own map drawing commission, the Los Angeles City Council members get to choose their voters, as opposed to voters getting to choose their representative. What time does the coverage of the election start? I mean, it's already started. It's never stopped. Okay. All right, I'm going to run through these. Yes on Measure DD. In the back, we have more city local shit. Measure HH, City Governance Appointments and Elections Charter Amendment HH, which is a City Governance Appointments and Elections Charter Amendment HH. Shall the city charter be amended to require that commission appointees file financial disclosures before they can be confirmed, clarify the controller's auditing authority regarding city contractors, expand the city attorney's subpoena power. Obviously, there's no opponents to it, and obviously, it's a yes. For Measure 2, which is City Administration and Operations Charter Amendments, shall the city charter be amended to clarify that the El Pueblo Monument and the zoo are park property, clarify that departments may sell merchandise to support city operations, including gender identity and non-discrimination rules applicable to employment in the city, clarify the airport commission's rule to establish fees and regulations. Supporters are council member Paul Krikourian, opponents none submitted. And for measure 2, that's a yes as well. You get to participate and do your civic duty and make major impacts in your immediate life. That's why I always say I love voting, I love voting, and you should too. ER, Los Angeles General Election, Municipal Election Measure ER, City Ethics Commission Authority and Operational Independence, Charter Amendment ER. A lot of this stuff is like pretty basic, pretty, understandable, pretty easy to understand. Some of these are going to have like interesting. Some of these are going to have interesting. It was I, not two, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Some of these are going to have interesting language, and I will get to it in a second, especially when we get to the propositions. Okay. Yeah. City Ethics Commission Authority and Operational Independence, Charter Amendment ER. Shall the city charter be amended to establish a minimum annual budget for the City Ethics Commission? For Measure ER, we say yes. Los Angeles Fire and Police Pensions, Peace Officers, Charter Amendment FF. Shall the city charter be amended to allow peace officers employed by the police, airport, harbor, and recreation and parks department to transfer membership and service from the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System to the LA Fire and Police Pension Plan? Supporters of this measure are Mayor Karen Bass, LA officers, LA Airport Peace Officers Association, council members, Blumenfield. I know how I feel about this. Okay. This is refunds. I know how I feel about this. I wonder how DSA feels about this. And if I'm at odds with this, with DSA-LA on this matter. Let's see. Let's see if Cinemarxism is right and DSA-LA is totally compromised. We don't really want to be whimsical with Charter Amendment FF, so it doesn't get a fun alliterative name. And if it did, it would involve a curse word. Okay. Yeah, never mind. All right. They're also. Okay. All right. Well, everyone is in agreement. Voted no on that. Los Angeles City General Municipal Election Measure LL. Independent Redistricting Commission for the Los Angeles Unified School District, Charter Amendment LL. Shall the city charter be amended to establish an independent redistricting commission to redraw Board of Education district lines every 10 years in the Los Angeles Unified School District? Supporters are Common Cause, Community Coalition, Catalyst California, board members Jackie Goldberg, board member Tanya Ortiz Franklin. Opponents, none submitted. For LL, we also say yes. Dude, I'm coloring inside of the lines so fucking hard. You don't even understand. I'm like this. I'm like, I got my tongue out and shit, making sure that I'm coloring inside of the lines perfectly. All right, moving on to page number 3. Let's go. City local, Unified School District, General Election Measure. Local public school safety and upgrades measure. To update the school facilities for the 21st century U.S. students learning and career college preparedness. There are opponents of this, which is Howard Jarvis, the Taxpayers Association, Mike Antonovich, the LA County Supervisor, retired, Jack Humphreysville. The supporters of it is Yali Flores, Families in Schools, Gene Hale, LA AFAM Chamber, Dr. A. McCorders, Charmaine Morales, RN, Ernesto Medrano, Building Trades. This measure is supposed to update school facilities for the 21st century student learning and career college preparedness, improve school facilities for safety, earthquakes, and disability access. And there are motherfuckers who are like, honestly, we shouldn't do that. That's pretty cool, I think. This would be authorizing $9 billion in bonds at illegal rates, levying approximately 2.5 cents per $100 of assessed valuation, generating $456,123,000 annually until approximately 2059 with audits and citizens' oversight. By the way, let's see what the DSA-LA has to say about this. What am I doing? Unified School District. Am I? Okay, whatever. LA Unified School District. I can't even fucking find this shit. God damn it. Oh, bond measure. Here it is. We recommend voting yes. Motherfucker use a table of contents? No, it's hard to figure it out. On county district attorney, we obviously have, you know, not the best situation, but you have George Gascon, a writing candidate, or Nate Hockman. And I'll just tell you this much, okay? I'll tell you this much. Do you recommend not voting? No. I've never recommended not voting. I'm literally in the process of voting, and you're asking me if I recommend not voting. Yes, vote. I'm literally fucking voting. Right now, I'm voting my dick off, dude. Anyway, the current DA is George Gascon, who bit the incumbent Jackie Lacey back in 2020. That was only possible because of the historic efforts by BLM Los Angeles activists. Gascon has been an improvement over Lacey. The Los Angeles Times has found that under his tenure, prosecutions of police officers for excessive force have become more of a focus, and 7 people have been exonerated for crimes judges later ruled they did not commit. The contradiction of this race is a socialist looks at George Gascon and could go, a progressive DA might be an oxymoron, but hey, he's doing a hell of a lot better than other DAs all around the country. To the reactionary mind, however, Gascon is a devil from Black and White Fleischer Studios cartoon, dancing as he opens prison doors in hell. And for the record, everybody hates him. Everybody hates George Gascon. I mean, all the reactionaries hate him. I assume that there are some people that I even know personally that voted against him. I, however, will be voting for him. So, you know, because I love releasing criminals out into the wild, and that is why I am voting for George Gascon, and I urge you to do the same. Anyway, moving on from that, we have Superior Court office judges inside of the Superior Court. It's, you know, we got a bunch of people. Okay. Hold on. Let me look this up. I know who I'm voting for, but it's good to just go through it. Superior Court judges recommending voting for George Turner for 39, Erica Wiley for 48, and Lachey Henderson for Office 97 is another public defender who we recommend as judge. Okay. 2 public defenders are running together in a slate calling themselves Defenders of Justice, another progressive slate for judges after the mixed success of the 2022 election slate endorsed by DSA elected Ulysses Hernandez. Their platform prioritizes care over punishment and opposes mass incarceration. Electing progressive judges won't fix our ultimately broken judicial system, but it sure would help a lot of people to have these candidates overseeing their cases. If you see a public defender, usually it's a good person to vote for a judge. But yes, George Turner for office number 39. He is a deputy public defender from the county of Los Angeles. And for office 48, Erica Wiley, who is also, again, a deputy public defender from the county of Los Angeles. And Lachey Henderson, who is also a deputy public defender for office number 97. And then for 135, you have the deputy district attorney and the going up against another deputy district attorney, Stephen Yee Mack versus Georgia Huerta. And when there's a situation like that, I feel like there's usually no recommendation from any guide. Like Like DSA-LA won't make a recommendation. Other places won't make a recommendation. I'll take a look at Knock LA. I doubt that they have one, but Stephen Yee Mack versus Georgia Huerta. Okay, Knock LA says Georgia Huerta, who has the most experience as a lawyer and who served as district attorney in collaborative courts. Knock LA got bought out, I think. EMAC is endorsed by right wingers. Okay. And then for 137, there's also the recommendation is Luz E. Herrera. All right, County Measure G. Vote yes or no. Proposed County Charter Amendment. Los Angeles County Government Structure, Ethics, and Accountability Charter Amendment shall the measure amending the Los Angeles County Charter to create an elected county executive, create an independent ethics commission to increase restrictions on lobbying and investigative misconduct. What do we think, chat? I'm letting chat decide this one. Fuck it. Fuck. We're doing extra democracy. Do we like that there is a accountability ethics amendment? We're going to do meta democracy today, okay? County measure. Why is that not showing up? Fucking Christ. Crime is cool. More laws, more crime. Okay, well, I'll tell you. Supporters are none. However, the opponents are LA County firefighters and sheriffs, the Community Coalition, LA County Supervisors Catherine Barger and Holly J. Mitchell. This would increase restrictions on lobbying and investigative misconduct, establish a nonpartisan legislative analyst to review proposed county policies, increase board of supervisors from 5 to 9 elected members, require county departments to present annual budgets in public meetings using existing funding sources with no additional taxes to implement as detailed in the Charter Amendment Ordinance. Should this be adopted? Ballot Measure G. There have been attempts to expand the board. We'll start off by saying Measure G was difficult to get a read on. Literally, we had to hunt and find a copy of the actual ordinance text. The top line of the measure is that it will expand the size of the board of supervisors from 5 to 9, beginning with elections in 2032 following a redistricting process. It would also, what the fuck? An independent ethics commission at the county level to restrict lobbying and investigative ethics violations every 10 years and transmit recommendations to the county. But perhaps the most controversial is making the county executive an elected role and expanding its powers of authority. There are good aspects to this measure, to be sure. Expanding the board to 9 supervisors is a huge improvement over 5. Why are they saying no to that? I'm confused. Though increasing proportional representation is good, expansion does come with its drawbacks, such as potentially creating districts more favorable to conservatives and NIMBYs, and could make it harder for unions to bargain good contracts. Oh, that's interesting. As written, county executive would go from a board of supervisors appointed by position to elected position, and their powers would greatly expand. Essentially creating a county mayor. While on the surface we understand the idea of creating an elected position that would have executive power authority over the county, this seat does not subject to term limits, could leave LA County with an entrenched neoliberal leadership for who knows how long. Additionally, the county executive some proponents of Measure G mention that the county executive role replicates a system of checks and balances as seen in the federal and LA city government, but just because they're a precedent doesn't mean that they're equitable in favor the working class. We constantly see terrible budgets and oppressive politics come out of each of these systems. Ultimately, though, Measure G appears to have good intentions, The changes to the county executive and the way that the measure has been pushed out with little visibility or coalitional organizing from supervisors Horvath or Hahn makes this vary of the outcome. We recommend a no vote. I'm going to say yes. Simply on the principle that the LA County firefighters and sheriff's office are opponents to it. Okay, but firefighters, bitch, that doesn't mean anything. That's just a way to fucking do PR for the sheriffs. Yeah, if they just simply put LA County sheriffs. Anyway, County Measure A, vote yes or no. Homelessness services and affordable housing ordinance to require accountability and results, create affordable housing, support home ownership, provide rental assistance, increase mental health. Yes, this was Measure G. Ballot Measure E, Ballot Measure A. Homelessness services and affordable housing ordinance, accountability results, create affordable housing, support home ownership. This is literally every fucking LA race, by the way. Every goddamn election cycle, there's like another ballot measure like this where they're like, would you like to give a house to every homeless person? And like it passes by like 75%. And then every day after it passes, we're just like, oops, don't know what we can do about it. Yeah, and then nothing happens. Literally every fucking ballot, every election, there is a ballot measure that's like, would you like to give every homeless person their own home and perhaps maybe even a puppy? Like for emotional support. And then they don't fucking do it. I do want to read the supporters: Women's and Children's Crisis Shelter, Habitat for Humanity of Greater Los Angeles, LA Family Housing. Opponents: Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, Mike Antonovich, and LA County Supervisor retired Jack Humphreeville. Yes, by the way, you vote yes for this. It's funding for homelessness initiatives. Kaya! Speaking of puppies, I'm going to bring my puppy in here while I play this.
The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump, let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. My vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. Oh yeah, for Donald Trump. Oh my God.
What the fuck happened? The thing broke. All right. Anyway, yes on Measure A, to give critical funds to homeless people, homeless assistance. The Taxpayer Association, dude, is straight up evil and is a recurring villain on these measures. Yeah, I love that. But I actually respect that because like it gives you a easier way to interpret like what you're voting for when you can sometimes look at like who's voting for it and who's voting against it if you don't fully understand, like, because some of this stuff is written in a way that is like deliberately obtuse. It's supposed to misguide you, and we'll get to that in a second. Like a lot of the big ballot initiatives, a lot of the big ballot measures will always be written in a way where it's like, oh yeah, here it is, there you go, a tweet saying what you just told. I think it's cool you could just vote opposite of whatever these guys want, and it saves you a ton of time researching your ballot. Exactly. Like that is straight up a smart way to go about it. If there's like something that's particularly confusing because it's written in this like very confusing way, you can look at like who opposes the ballot measures. So I do appreciate when it's like, you know, the Conservative Taxpayer Association of America. I'm like, okay, well, fuck you guys, you know? State Measure 2, authorizes bonds for public school and community college facilities. Legislative statute. $10 billion in general obligation bonds. Fuck. At the state level, state measure 2. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for state measure 2. $10 billion in general obligations for repair, upgrade, construction. Easy fucking opponents. Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association. Okay. State measure 3. Proposition 3 amends California Constitution to recognize fundamental right to marry, regardless of sex or race. I don't know about this one. Opponents, Jonathan Keller, California Family Council. Reverend Tanner DeBella. I can't in good conscience allow... Nariusun. Okay, wear that one. Here, that's a jacket. That one right there on the chair. Okay, I have a hoodie on the couch. Anyway. I don't know, man. I don't know. Amends California Constitution to recognize the fundamental right to marry regardless of sex or race. Removes language in the California Constitution stating that marriage is only between a man and a woman. The opponents are right-wing homophobic elected officials. Those guys seem like good guys. Anyway, all right. Enough fucking around. There's already too many goddamn fucking ballot measures and propositions in this fucking stupid shit. God, I hate democracy. Okay. Proposition number 4 authorizes $10 billion in general obligation bonds for water, wildfire prevention, and protection of communities and lands. Okay. I think I'm going to go for safe drinking water on this. I think I'm going to go yes on this. I love that Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, again, with a no on the measure for the record. Isn't that fucking awesome? Like, these guys literally openly were like, we don't want clean water. Okay? Do not open up any fucking general obligation bonds for water, wildfire prevention, and protection of communities of land, along with annual audits. It's like the guy is literally saying, I am not in favor of fighting wildfires. I'm fighting the fire with fire. I am pro-fire. All right, state measure 5. Proposition 5 allows local infrastructure and housing bonds for low and middle income Californians with 55% vote, lowering the threshold from a supermajority. The amount of bonds would depend on decision by local governments and voters. Supporters are California Professional Firefighters, League of Women Voters of California, Habitat for Humanity. Opponents, California Taxpayers Association, California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, and the Women Veterans Alliance. Why the fuck would the Women Veterans Alliance oppose the motherfucking proposition that allows local infrastructure and housing bonds for low and middle income Americans, Californians with a 55% vote? Passing Prop 5 will make it easier for California cities and counties to invest in local housing and infrastructure. Why are you the Women's Veterans Alliance and you're like, nah, female veterans, they love being homeless? No, please. We do not want affordable housing. I'm voting yes on measure 5. State measure 6, proposition 6. They don't have internet. Yeah, don't hate on them. They don't got no internet. State measure 6 eliminates constitutional provision allowing involuntary servitude for incarcerated persons. Now, this is a very controversial one. It is, for those of you who don't know, this is literally a measure, I shit you not, to abolish slavery. This measure, which the Jarvis Johnson Taxpayer for a Worse America Foundation has not opposed, okay, surprisingly. This is the one measure that even they were like, man, I can't fucking put my name on this, like, pro-slavery, not Jarvis Johnson, whatever. What is it? Howard Jarvis. DSA got this one wrong. Vote no. Trust me. Yeah, I'm gonna. Guys, I think I'm gonna vote to abolish slavery instead of choosing to maintain slavery. Yes, this is not fake. This is real. Oh, you're just linking Louisiana State Penitentiary. Yeah. No, this is California. In the state of California, we have decided 2024 is the year where we're like, let's take a look at this slavery business, which is really funny to think about when you realize that the Constitution still has not abolished it. Okay? Just so you understand, it's still legal. Okay? And in every other state, it's still legal. It's just in our state, we at least get to put our name on it. And we're like, you know what? Let's abolish slavery. I feel brave. I feel like a real John Brown right now, voting yes on involuntary, on ending the inhumane and backwards practice of involuntary servitude. Wow. With the stroke of a pen, ladies and gentlemen, this is how democracy thrives, okay? This is how democracy thrives. Proposition 32 raises minimum wage. Yeah. And for the record, the Jarvis Johnson Tax Dodgers Association is not openly in opposition to this, but plenty of other associations have, including but not limited to California Chamber of Commerce, California Restaurant Association, and the California Grocers Association. They don't want this. Okay? They don't want this at all. They don't want Prop 32, which would raise the California minimum wage to $18 an hour. Okay? This measure extends the annual increases $1 per year until minimum wage currently $15 per hour for businesses with 26 or more employees and $14 per hour for smaller businesses reaches $18 per hour. Therefore, as existing law requires, the minimum wage will annually adjust for inflation. Not only am I in favor of abolishing slavery, I'm also in favor of, and this might come as a surprise to you, I'm in favor of abolishing the minimum wage. That's right. No more minimum wage, ladies and gentlemen. It should be $0. Some people need to pick themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. It's time. Pick yourself up by your fucking bootstraps. You goddamn pores. Fuck you. Just kidding. We're going to vote yes, even though, you know, not the, you know, it should be a little bit better than that, but what are you going to do? State measure Proposition 33. This is the Justice for Renters Act. Passing this act will allow, this is the controversial, we're getting to the controversial. We're getting to the controversial propositions, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. This is the type of stuff. This is where you put your fucking pedal to the goddamn metal, okay? This one right here, Proposition 33, is the Justice for Renters Act. Passing this act will allow local governments to protect residents by strengthening scary rent control. Now, of course, we obviously have people who are saying vote no, rent control bad. All of the fucking Redditors have been activated. I'll have you know, sir, McGird, rent control bad, rent control wrong. Yeah, guess what, dude? I don't feel that way. And you know what? You can't do anything about it. To those who say landlords are the backbone of society, to them I say, here's a bone. I got a bone to pick with you, sir. Anyway, Proposition 33 is bad. It's a way to fucking feed NIMBYism and all this shit. I know. It's, yeah. Supporters include Senator Bernie Sanders. It's the centerpiece of California DSA's. Oops. Fuck! God damn it, this fucking stupid ass voter guide is already hard to navigate. Okay. Centerpiece of California DSA's Arch campaign is chapters organized canvassing work with DSA endorsed candidate campaigns, conduct tabling and digital communications. Supporters include Senator Bernie Sanders, yuck. California Democratic Party, California Nurses Association, ACLU of Southern California, Americans for Democratic Action. The opposition is led by the California Apartment Association, the landlord lobby, which is spending tens of millions of dollars in mailers, digital, and TV ads, lying about the impact of Prop 33. Other opponents include Assemblymember Buffy Wicks, California Republican Party, California YIMBY, the California Chamber of Commerce, and the California Business Roundtable. Okay. This initiative is a fight. This initiative fight is a clear class struggle campaign between renters and landlords, between workers and capitalists. In that, we enthusiastically endorse a yes vote on Proposition 33. All right. There you go. I'm disappointed. You need to be YIMBY pilled. Nothing to do with landlords. Every orange pilled or armchair urbanist in the chat is losing their fucking minds. Okay. Now we get to the real juicy stuff. In retaliation for Prop 33 and other efforts to expand rent control by the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the California Apartment Association Landlords has spent $30 million to prevent the foundation from being able to spend money in the future on initiative campaigns. Opponents include the AIDS Healthcare Foundation and Housing is a Human Right and League of Women Voters of California. Even some media editorials have opposed this revenge effort. Okay. Prop 34 is restricting spending of prescription drug revenues by certain healthcare providers. It requires providers to spend 98% of revenues from federal discount prescription drug program on direct patient care, authorizes statewide negotiation of Medi-Cal drug prices. Now, you might be wondering, like, well, this sounds good. Let's take a look at this initiative from Cal Matters.
Ballot that has something to do with spending restrictions on healthcare providers and Medi-Cal negotiations and something called the 340B drug pricing program, but really, it's all about this guy. Let me explain. I'm Ben Christopher, housing reporter with Cal Matters, and this is Prop 34 in a minute. The AIDS Healthcare Foundation is one of the biggest users of a federal discount drug program that gives cheaper medicine to health providers that serve low-income patients. Its CEO is a guy named Michael Weinstein. Weinstein is kind of famous in California political circles, and not because of healthcare. His foundation has bankrolled 3 statewide campaigns to remove limits on rent control, along with a bunch of other controversial issues.
I just need you to understand how funny this is, because it is deliberately a proposition that was created with the exclusive purpose of punishing the prior proposition that we just read and the organization that was pushing for said proposition. Okay? This is straightforwardly a retaliatory proposition specifically to rat fuck the group behind the group that is pushing for rent control. We are talking about the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, which is advocating for rent control measures. Okay. And this proposition specifically is written to try and rat fuck them.
All of this has made Weinstein a...
And of course, this is the reason why I was trying to explain stuff to you. This is the reason why it's good to look at a voter guide and not just fucking freeball it. Okay? Not just freestyle it personally. The reason why it's good not to freestyle this shit personally is because if you just read it raw, okay, and you go into it, you are going to come across very confused. Anyway, The LA Times investigation later found that many of AHF's, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation's 1,300 residents live in squalid conditions. Sorry. The initiative for Proposition 34 is going after the AIDS Healthcare Foundation because they also are in operation of, they are a landlord as well. So it's a landlord versus landlord fight. I accidentally filled yes on 34 and read it raw and then did research and revoted no on it. So the AIDS Foundation itself is also a landlord. The AIDS Foundation itself also operates housing. The AIDS Healthcare Foundation also operates housing. And while they are pushing for rent control, this is specifically this is a ballot measure specifically pushing to combat that. The AIDS Foundation are slumlords and make billions on pharma sales, but the people pushing for this also suck. No good vote, to be honest. Chris writes a lot of good stuff on the nuance, and people want to read more. We can do more. I mean, I can cover it more extensively, but the AIDS Healthcare Foundation is the reason for why they're pushing like this. Proposition 33 is good. Proposition 34 is specifically created to ratfuck Proposition 33, which is good. But even though the AIDS Healthcare Foundation is also in and of itself operating slums, basically. Here, there's more information.
The state's landlord lobby, and now they're funding Prop 34. The initiative says that if you're a health provider using this federal discount drug program and you spend a lot of money on non-medical things and you own a lot of apartment buildings and you have a bunch of code enforcement violations, then you have to spend almost all of your money providing health care. As far as anyone can tell, this would only apply to Weinstein's organization. Supporters say discounts meant to fund healthcare for poor people should be used for that and not for, say, unrelated political campaigns. Opponents say this is just a political vendetta. So vote yes if you want the AIDS Healthcare Foundation and any similar health providers to spend virtually all of their money on direct patient care. Vote no if you want to leave things the way they are.
I want health providers that use federal drug discount. This one is, this video in and of itself is in favor of Proposition 34. I voted no on this one just by looking at the supporters versus the opposition. Yes. The opponents for it are, the supporters for Proposition 34 are the ALS Association, California Chronic Care Coalition, Latino Heritage Los Angeles. The opponents are National Organization for Women, Consumer Watchdog, Coalition for Economic Survival, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and Dolores Huerta. It's specifically designed to target one singular foundation. Okay. State ballot measure 35, Proposition 35. Proposition 35 makes permanent the existing tax on managed healthcare insurance plans currently set to expire in 2026. Wait, so how are you voting? I voted no. Proposition 35 makes permanent the existing tax on managed healthcare insurance plans set to expire in 2026, which the state uses to pay for healthcare services for low-income families with children. Seniors, people with disabilities, and other groups. Covered by the Medi-Cal program, it requires revenues to be used only for specified Medi-Cal services, including primary and specialty care. The SALA has no opinion on it. Chris, on the other hand, votes no. California's version of Medicaid is Medi-Cal. It's a government program that provides health insurance for low-income people and families. The state covers about 40% of the cost, and the federal government covers the rest with matching funds. Most state funding for Medi-Cal comes from the general fund, California's primary budget account, which is used to pay for most public services. Much of the remaining cost is covered by a 2009 special tax on health insurers that provide coverage for both Medi-Cal and commercially insured patients based on the number of people they enroll. The tax generates an estimated $7 to $8 billion annually. Okay. Revenue from the tax goes to two things: existing cost of Medi-Cal, which insures 15 million low-income Californians; rate increases for health providers that serve Medi-Cal patients, totaling $4 billion in recent cost increases added to Medi-Cal annually. Proposition 35 wouldn't generate more funding, but it would make this health plan tax and the revenue it generates permanent, along with some concerning changes. In an attempt to cover their bases after abandoning support for repeatedly sabotaging CalCare, Governor Gavin Newsom and top Democratic legislators tried to spin expanded eligibility for Medi-Cal as universal health care. Newsom and co. changed income criteria and removed immigration status requirements, which increased Medi-Cal enrollment to record highs. But these changes failed to meet the World Health Organization's criteria for universal health coverage and still leaves hundreds of thousands uninsured. Because Medi-Cal reimburses doctors with lower rates than private insurer companies, the increased number of patients enrolled in Medi-Cal has impacted bottom lines. The state budget included some increases in Medi-Cal rates for providers, but some of them want more. Alas, Proposition 35. Medi-Cal rate increases aren't a bad thing. Despite California's high cost of living, Medi-Cal reimbursement rates rank number 32 nationwide, which has led to many providers refusing Medi-Cal patients. Some smaller practices and providers in underserved areas depend on Medi-Cal rates to continue operating, but they won't necessarily be the ones receiving rate increases if Prop 35 passes. Many individual doctors donated to support Prop 35, but many of the measure's largest backers are massive corporate providers, including some owned by private equity firms. Kaiser is the top financial contributor to the largest PAC supporting Prop 35. Supporters of this measure are California Dental Association, California Hospital Association, California Medical Association, California Primary Care Association, and Planned Parenthood affiliates of California. Opponents, on the other hand, are Retired Americans, Healthy California Now, California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, League of Women Voters of California. Supporters are mostly representatives of the healthcare industry in California and benefit from how spending would be mandated under Proposition 35. This is not only both a confusing proposition, it's obviously always going to be written as a positive, but opponents argue that Proposition 35 would lock in funding locations that favor doctors and hospitals over children, seniors, and community health workers. It would also tie the hands of lawmakers who must already contend with balancing budget priorities each year. The SALA, for that reason, has not issued a decision on this, but overall, Planned Parenthood and its own influence over the state of California is relatively high. The greater problem is that corporate interests will be overrepresented in the advisory committee, which excludes any representation for patients by community health workers. Anyway, while those unrepresented voices don't have millions in political spending that hospital chains or health insurers can throw up ballot initiatives, they've spoken up about the devastating impacts Prop 35 would have. Prop 35 would provide funding increases for some providers and programs. It would eliminate funding increases for others. Here is the Proposition 35 changes which services get funding increases. With Prop 35, specified hospital services, outpatient facilities, safety net clinics, behavioral health facilities, but non-emergency medical transportation, private duty nursing, certain long-term supports, community health workers, continuous Medi-Cal coverage for children up to 5 years old, and they don't get that. Critics worry that Prop 35's changes in spending will derail other funding this year's health budget bill. Prop 35 restricts the legislator's budget flexibility, requiring a 75% vote to amend how the revenue from this tax is dispensed, which the Western Center on Law and Poverty warns could result in cuts to safety net programs. If you really want to get in the weeds, this Cal Matters article covers how Prop 35 could more broadly jeopardize Medi-Cal funding. The federal government under both Biden and Trump administration has warned California that its tax on health plans to fund Medi-Cal services takes unfair advantage of a loophole in federal regulations. I'm going to vote no on it. And now we get to State Measure 36, Proposition 36. Now this is an interesting one. But before I say my piece on Proposition 36, I'll let someone else do the talking for me.
36 sucks. Vote no. Californians, listen up. Prop 36 is a lie. It's not going to keep us any safer. There are mental health and drug treatment programs that work to reduce crime, and Prop 36 takes over $100 million away from them. Vote no on Prop 36. I'm not endorsed by anybody. Keep black and brown people out of this private prison system that's modern day fucking slavery. I'm only speaking to Californians. If you're not from California, this ain't about you. Vote no. Prop 36 sucks.
There it is. So, Prop 36, State Measure 36, allows felony charges and increases sentences for certain drug and theft crimes. That's the initiative statute. It allows felony charges for possessing certain drugs and for thefts under $950 if defendants have 2 prior drug or theft convictions. The fiscal impact of this is that state criminal justice costs likely ranging from several tens of millions of dollars to the low hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Local criminal justice costs likely in the tens of millions of dollars annually. The supporters of said bill are the Crime Victims of United of California, Crime Victims United of California, the California District Attorneys Association, the Family Business Association of California. The opponents are Diana Becton, the District Attorney, Contra Costa County, the Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. Now, you guys know there's not really much to say about this. I'm a major favorite of crime. I'm a criminal. I love crime. I'm a big fan of crime. Every time I think about crime, I go, yum, 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 crime for me. Okay? Big fan of that sort of thing. I'm always thinking about how much I love crime. There's never a moment that goes by when I think about ways in which we shouldn't punish criminals. Of course, I'm going to vote no on a tough on crime legislation. California is already the mass incarceration capital of the world. Anna Kasparian is going to be very upset with me for voting no on Prop 36. But fuck it. Let's do some background on this. Thank you. Shouts out to Chris for this wonderful write-out, by the way. 3 strikes law, sentencing enhancements, mandatory minimums, and a war on drugs. These are the policies that decimated black and brown communities in the 80s and 90s. Research shows these policies are harmful and ineffective in reducing crime. You might have been shocked to find out. Some background. Oh, by the way, it's definitely going to win. This ballot measure is definitely going to win because Californians are fucking Adolf Hitler, okay? They love being gay. They love being gay. They love putting up signs in front of their fucking houses talking about, in this household, we care about Black Lives Matter. And then if there is a moment where they even have the opportunity to quietly assassinate a homeless person, they will take it. Okay? They will take it and they will love it. Polls are showing 75% support, something like that. Not surprising to me. They love being vegan. They love Peanut the squirrel being assassinated by the police unjustifiably. They love talking about that. And then when it comes down to it, they're also, number one assassinators of the incarcerated. Anyway, like I said, vote no on Proposition 36. It is really as simple as appealing to people's vengeful tendencies. This is personally not even written in a way that is confusing. It's very deliberately written as we're here to punish motherfuckers, okay? And people are still nah, that's good. In 2011, the California prison system incarcerated 156,000 people, nearly twice as many as it was designed to hold. In Brown v. Plata, the U.S. Supreme Court decided this violated incarcerated people's 8th Amendment right, which protects against cruel and unusual punishment. Determining this overcrowding was a primary cause of inadequate medical and mental health care. SCOTUS ordered California to reduce its prison population by 46,000 people. Now, understand something. California is such a fucking serial incarcerated that the United States Supreme Court was like, come on, dude, you got to fucking release some of these guys. This is really fucked up. It's more complex than revenge. People want solutions, and violence in prison is all our society offers. Why are you all of a sudden going from, fuck the police, fry him up like bacon to being like, well, the suburban Californian is not a Hitlerite. It's actually just simply because there's no other option here other than incarceration and pain. How the fuck did this happen? Who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? When did this happen? Anyway. Born and raised in California. What are you talking about? I'm not aware of this. Dude, California is a prison state in and of itself. People always think California is like super fucking kind and that every aspect of California is super, super nice. And we actually let prisoners roam free. We actually let fucking criminals do crimes. And then we say, sorry, sir, I'm going to do a land acknowledgement and apologize 8 times for you. Okay? That is not the case at all. We have some of the worst housing markets in the entire planet, not just the country, but the entire fucking planet. Which obviously creates a shit ton of homelessness, and then we mistreat those people instead of actually fucking fixing the housing crisis, which created this problem to begin with. Also, on top of that, we're unimaginably draconian in the way that we deal with crime. So, I'm shocked that he's saying that punishment is seen as the only mechanism of crime and of deterrence in the United States of America, and he's not wrong. But I'm just shocked that it's Marxism saying that. Anyway. So since you don't support institutionalization nor incarceration, how do you want to decrease crime? Just vibes? Yes. I think we should vibe out the prisoners. I'm not defending it. Abolitionism is actually about solving the problems that cause crime. There are problems, people want solutions. All they can answer is crime and prisons. Anyway. Yeah. How do we solve crime? Definitely not by the things that I immediately, even in the conversation that I was having about homelessness in California, I literally gave you a fucking solution in terms of housing, in terms of offering adequate housing, affordable housing, public housing. And you literally just did not hear that at all. What is wrong with some of you motherfuckers? I tell you something, I tell you a problem, I tell you a solution, and then you go, bitch, you don't have a solution for that, jackass. What kind of argument is this? This is not an argument. This is not an argument. You cannot imagine a shittier position than the one I gave you and be like, I fucking owned you with this imaginary argument that I'm having with you. I'm right here. I'm a human being. I'm using my voice. Listen to the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. Anyway, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Acid Burns 3. All right, now we're down to the national election, and boy, oh boy, do we got some good fucking options here. We got Donald J. Trump for president, J.D. Vance for vice president, Republican. We have Claudia de la Cruz for president with Karina Garcia for vice president, peace and freedom. We have Kamala D. Harris. I didn't even know her middle name had a D in it. She got the will of D. For president, Tim Walz for vice president, Democratic ticket. We have Robert F. Kennedy for president because he was not able to get off the fucking rolls here. And Nicole Shananan for vice president of the American Independent ticket. Chase Oliver for president. Mike Termott for vice president on the Libertarian ticket. We have Jill Stein for president and Rudy Rudolph Ware for vice president. And we have an option for writing candidate. If you think I'm going to tell you who I'm voting for, how I'm voting on this one, you are out of your fucking dang mind. But I do want to see what other people are saying in terms of who they are voting for in this guide. What is the DSA? Who did the DSA endorse? Let's see. Did the DSA endorse anybody for president? Wait, fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Do they have it? Texas DSA endorsed no one law. That's not even remotely surprising, nor is it shocking. It's perfectly understandable. Also, I don't think you need these voter guides are there for things that you have a hard time like figuring out. Okay? They're not there for you to fucking like everyone is making their own minds about goddamn bottom of the index. Senate. No, it doesn't. It just ends with Senate. No, they don't have a president. Okay. Anyway, United States Senate contest is on this ballot. One for the regular 6-year term ending January 3rd, 2031. One for the remainder of the current term ending, and then January 3rd, 2025. You may vote for both contests. United States Senator, full term, voted for one. Steve Garvey or Adam Schiff. United States Senator for the short term, unexpired term ending January 3rd, 2025. Steve Garvey or Adam Schiff. Now, this is obviously a very difficult choice, unfortunately, because Adam Schiff sucks. He sucks dick and ass. But also, Steve Garvey sucks even harder and is a Republican. I can't wait to vote for Adam Schiff so he can fucking arrest me for criticizing the state of Israel later down the line. That's what's really cool about this. And no, you can't do a write-in candidate for Senate. It's literally like, what? Okay, would be metal as fuck though. I can already imagine the photo. Yeah. Once again, the person that I'm fucking voting for is probably going to inevitably cause my demise, but it is what it is, you know. Not like my vote has a say on this matter, but vote for Steve short term and leave the full term box blank. What? No. The fuck would I do that? First of all, no, I will never vote for a Republican. Number two, are you out of your fucking mind? No, there is no, like, it doesn't even matter because it's California. Adam Schiff is winning. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Anyway, that's it. That's all of it. We did it all, folks. Just invite him on the broadcast and become best friends. Yeah. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Economia por Trump. Did I forget the president? No, I did not forget the fucking president. I voted for the president. I'm just not telling you who I voted for. I am not going to influence your opinion in any direction unless it is to vote por Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it. Anyway. What? I'm shaking and crying right now. It's disgusting that you're calling him by that last name. You should be banned on this platform forever. Hashtag justice for Adam. Will you tell us after the election is over? Maybe. Anyway, where is it? Take a photo of it. You know what? I'm going to take a photo of it. And one day I'll release it to the world. I think I'll pick up my ballot. I use a DSA guy, but I appreciate the help on the ones they didn't have a recommendation for. Thank you. Hassan ballot gate. Did you see Rogan's endorsement of Donald Trump with Elon Musk? Yeah, I did. Let's just say this influenced my vote greatly. I like that this says your ballot must be returned or postmarked by election day and received no later than 7 days after election day. No postage is required. Warning, voting twice in the same state election is a crime. Did you sign and date this return envelope? Did you put your ballot in this envelope? Did you make a mistake on your ballot? Yeah, it doesn't say anything about voting 3 times, so that's cool. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Voter's declaration. I am a resident of and a voter in the precinct, and I am the person whose name appears on this envelope. I have not voted nor intend to vote a ballot from any other jurisdiction in the same election. I declare under penalty of perjury that this is true to the best of my knowledge and belief. Amen. Voter sign here. Do not print. You must sign in your own handwriting for the ballot to count. Signature must match your voter registration record. They're doing signature matching, woke ass California. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. All right, that's it. We did it. They go off the DMV license, I think. I know. I already voted with your signature twice, so don't bother turning in that ballot. No. No. If you don't write in Biden, we're going to be very disappointed. No, I'm not going to fucking write in Biden. What is this? Did this influence your decision? Can't believe I just watched this on vote for 9 hours. Yeah, it took 9 hours to fucking do it. You still have time? Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. We did it, folks. We fucking did it. Does it feel good for you? It certainly doesn't feel that good for me, but it is what it is. I mean, actually, certain aspects of voting does feel good for sure. I do nut. I do nut every time I vote. All right. Let's get back to Tim Waltz in a room with undecided voters. Can he win them over?
There you go. Hey.
Hi, guys. Want to introduce you to some voters right here?
Hi, Tim Waltz.
I'm here in Erie, Pennsylvania, where we've organized a sit-down with Governor Tim Waltz.
Okay, hi, everybody. Good to see you all.
And undecided working-class voters.
Appreciate it. Thanks for taking time out. Grab a seat.
I am a registered Republican, and I did vote for Trump the last election.
I'm pretty mixed on it, to be completely honest.
And I did vote for Donald Trump in 2020.
We want to find out, what will a Harris administration actually do to get wages up, prices down, and save American jobs? And how will they take on the corporate greed that's rigged our economy? And most importantly, Will Governor Walz change any of these voters' minds?
I wear with a badge of honor being maybe the poorest person to ever run for vice president in the history that they said. I'm a middle-class guy. I got a pension. I don't own any stocks. I recognize we've lost some of the working class folks. We got to get folks back.
I'm Gordon Rohde. I'm third generation farmer on our farm. I'm also I'm a retired AFL-CIO, skilled union laborer. So I haven't really totally made up my mind, but I'm leaning more for Trump, I think, because of the situation with the economy.
So how'd you get back on the farm, if I can?
I worked construction full-time and farmed with my father. So my sister and I own it now together, and we're still operating.
What do you raise?
We have beef cattle.
What should we do to make it easier? What would be the big thing?
I think the biggest problem now is the price of the equipment has become so expensive. When fertilizer went from $4.50 to $9.50 a ton.
You should be like, economia.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
That's what Tim Walz should be playing to these guys.
That was devastating, you know. And then our chemicals tripled at that time also, you know.
My farmers are getting about $4.10 a bushel for corn. That's what they were getting when grocery prices were 30% lower. They were still getting $4.10 then. The farmer's not getting any more money on this. Now, input costs went up for that farmer just as much as they went up for the middleman who's in there. Corporate profits have seen a bigger rise at any time in our history. So it's as simple as this. Somebody in the middle's taking more money. They're asking for a tax cut in the middle. Farmers aren't getting the money, and they're passing on the cost. So she's talking about stopping the price gouging on these things, making sure the prices are fair, making sure wages are keeping pace with that. And then
It's no secret that Democrats have lost working class voters, especially rural Americans. What stood out about Walz's approach to winning them back was his knowledge of their lives.
I'll give 4% interest loans to black farmers in poor inner city neighborhoods every third Thursday. Why is Tim Walz not talking to him about how much he loves small business? Hasan, did you seriously vote for Donald Trump just for the content? Are you fucking insane, dude? Are you on crack cocaine? Are you out of your damn mind? What the fuck is wrong with you people, dude? Of course I did not vote for Donald Trump, you fucking idiot. Shut up. It's not even funny. Okay? Yeah. I like spending all of my time advocating against Donald Trump while secretly being invested in Donald Trump. Like, my life would be infinitely easier and better if I was for Donald Trump openly. You understand that, right? So many of these fucking dipshits that hound me every goddamn day would be like, oh, he's the best. If I was a grifter, I would, 1, be pro Donald Trump, and 2, pro Israel. Like, literally, it's the easiest route.
And specific struggles. He got into the weeds of farming with Gordon.
Farm Bill, what do you guys do on crop insurance? What equipment do you need with potatoes? Like, how do you bring them in? Is it like sugar beets? You used to be able to make a living off 50 head.
Yeah, correct.
2000.
Yeah.
And the details of trade policy with Dan.
So my name is Dan Hand. I work at Mack Trucks in Macungie, Pennsylvania. I am a registered Republican. I'm going to support who's going to support labor. Volvo just announced that they are building a plant in Mexico.
Yeah.
And it's going to be building both Mack trucks and Volvo trucks. And everybody's really concerned about potentially losing our work.
Yeah.
And we're wondering as far as what the administration would do to help strengthen our plant domestically as opposed to with what's coming out of Mexico.
Yeah, no, this was a big deal, and this is a double punch to you. In many of these cases, these folks were given a tax break, your tax dollars, tax breaks, to then offshore your job. And look, this started in the 80s and the 90s when we were saying that we would start shipping these jobs overseas, and then all of a sudden we started seeing the decline.
Thousands of auto workers in swing states are worried about whether their jobs will be shipped to low-wage countries like Mexico. And who they vote for will depend on who they trust to renegotiate flawed trade deals like the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement or USMCA.
The other concern as far as like NAFTA 2.0, the USMCA.
Yeah.
I mean, look what happened with John Deere. They wound up losing a lot of work.
A lot of rhetoric. And look, Donald Trump picked up on this. He picked up on that there was frustration. We were frustrated because the jobs left and all that. They told us that they were going to fix this, and it didn't get any better. We lost 6 auto manufacturing plants under President Trump's presidency. We've gained back 20. So I think being very clear that we end the policies that incentivize them to do that. We re-incentivize those that are willing to invest here. And things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, and things like that, they are working. They are starting to come back.
Those 2 laws, passed by the Biden-Harris administration, invest trillions of dollars in bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. after decades of offshoring. People like Jamie Sychek are on the front lines of those global economic shifts.
Jamie Sychek, I am a skilled trades card holder of the UAW. It's coming up on my 30th year. I work in a steel mill in Butler, Pennsylvania, and we make a unique product that's electrical steel for transformers.
We're kind of tied to you guys with our taconite in northern Minnesota.
Yes. I got to be totally honest, I'm still up in the air. I did not vote for Donald Trump in 2016, and I did vote for Donald Trump in 2020.
Over the last 50 years, American steel jobs have been decimated by cheap foreign steel. The mill Jamie works at has been in limbo for years.
Last year, with the Department of Energy, we had a rule regulation proposed that was nearly going to wipe us off the map. Everything was going to come from overseas.
What was the resolution on that?
The resolution ultimately was this past April. The rule accommodates the products that we make for this. But this is the heartburn I have. It was a very long, hard fought.
It felt like a fight.
To get that conversation to happen.
All right.
I think American workers like me and people in labor and just middle-class workers need to know that an administration that's in charge has a voice at that and will be a consideration from day one. If we're looking at
not
proposing,
after the fact, not when you're fighting,
proposing
anybody proposes
policies and regulations, that those have impacts on jobs and real people, and we need somebody that's going to consider that from the ground up.
Well, you certainly got my assurance, and I know the Vice President has lived that way, and Joe Biden certainly did, is that we need to have you at the table, and we need to avoid these things. We need to make sure that your voices of labor are heard. We talk about this being the most pro-labor. Certainly not perfect. We've been through some of these, but I think you've got the assurance that things work better. We know this, if you guys are at the table on the front end. And I'm really bullish because we're going to have to put steel in the ground on all of these, clean energy projects, and then there's golden opportunity there for jobs, American jobs on green steel.
How can you look at a guy like this talking to these fucking people with like real, honest, and earnest solutions, and then imagine Donald Trump having a similar conversation? Like, it is beyond the pale. Like, it is unimaginable that these fucking guys will still end up going out and voting for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more.
Like, that's what they say. That's what they say. What is happening? What is happening in this fucking country, dude? Like, for me, especially if, like, Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, if this is not even a point of contention, not a point of consideration for you, that you don't have any sort of, like, moral issue with that, like, it's not even a question. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. If you don't give a fuck about immigrants, for example, because both parties are pretty fucking right-wing on that, and it's like one is marginally right, the other is like perma-right, concentration camps. Like, there is no question. It does not make any dang sense, okay? It literally doesn't make any sense to me. I look at my fellow Americans, and I know for a fact that they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, a single shred of a fuck about Gaza. And they still are like, I don't know, maybe I like Donald Trump. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump.
Is it because of the song? Is it honestly because of the song? Is that what it is? They hear the song and they go, oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. It doesn't make sense. I'm not a raging conservative. But like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Even if you're a fucking raging conservative, like, you have the capability of looking at a situation where one guy is quite literally a fucking billionaire fail son who has bankrupted his businesses 6 times. And the other party is like, hey, you want all the racist shit? Like, we'll do some of it. Please vote for us. And you're still like, I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the billionaire racist fail son who very clearly does not give a fuck about me. It's so stupid. It makes me mad.
You know, clean energy, American energy production.
Sustainable
and
jobs for
sustainable.
generations. You know, I'm third generation in my plant. My dad, my grandfather worked there. There should be jobs there for 3 or 4 generations to
And I
come.
think you're right. You're thinking about your kids. On what jobs are they going to do? And then couple it with how they're going to buy a house. I don't want them coming out of school with debt. I want them having a skill and something to do. We're really pushing it. I know the Vice President's pushing it, this idea of skills, more apprenticeship programs, more opportunities to get in, build a stronger economy. They'll be thriving.
Vice President mentioned addressing the price gouging. A lot of people are struggling buying just basic everyday needs. I mean, I know she was saying that she's going to attack the price gouging, but how exactly?
When we're talking price gouging, it's a fairness in the market. And I just give a couple examples of this. The one is we saw the hurricane coming and all of a sudden airline tickets went up in Florida or whatever. That's not free market. That's unethical. Look, I'm not against anybody being successful. I want them to be successful. But they shouldn't be making insane amounts while they're jamming the price on that, especially on things you need to get. I talk about the last one I give you the example of is insulin. In Minnesota, they were charging for that little vial of insulin a month's worth, they were charging $800. We capped it at $35. Now people are saying, well, how's the company gonna make money? It costs $5 to make it. So 37 states already have these policies in, but we don't have a federal ban on doing this that can stop some of that. That's the initial hit on that. But the biggest thing is making sure wages are keeping pace with it, making sure that your taxes are going lower, making sure that healthcare prices aren't going up.
Okay.
So Steelers gonna win it? Is that the word? I'm just curious. Look, I will admit this. I thought I was smart. I thought I was smarter than Mike Tomlin. I said, what's he doing putting Russell Wilson in? And that's why Mike Tomlin's getting paid money to be a Steelers coach, and I'm not. So thank you all.
Okay, thank
really
you.
grateful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Do you have your wallet?
What do you want? Something? No, I have Apple Pay, though.
Oh, that works. We got it, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I don't usually do this till November, but since it snowed back home, hot chocolate, so I know I'm breaking down.
My name is Jewel. I work at Giant Eagle, and I am part of the UFCW Union 1776.
This will be Jewel's first time voting in a presidential election. She's currently undecided.
I work as a personal shopper, so every day I go around picking out groceries for one or more people.
Girl, what the fuck? What do you mean? What? How is that? What? Okay, maybe she's undecided because of Gaza or something. I don't know. I do. Like, that doesn't make no sense. Otherwise, what is it?
And I see people are restricted just based on what they can buy at Giant Eagle because of how prices are at our store.
We talk about this a lot, the cost, and especially after the COVID pandemic, a lot of things like groceries, the prices went up. How do you hear people talk to you about it?
I get a lot of negative feedback from our customers about the prices, and I wish I could do something to change them. It just is unfortunate that we are in a place right now where the prices aren't like they should be.
We're hearing this from folks, and the Vice President talked about, making sure price gouging stopped, but just as importantly, making...
It's a real job. No, that's not what I'm saying. What the fuck, too? I know that it's a real job. That's not what I'm confused by. I'm confused by someone who's like Gen Z, super young, first election that they're voting for, a young woman, like she's bucking the trend. like union, a part of a union, young, female. It's just like, it doesn't make sense that she would be undecided at this point.
Making sure that taxes are fair for you rather than...
Unless she's like, I'm a Maoist and I really don't know who will uphold the revolutionary tenets of Marxist-Leninist Maoism. Like, I'm a Maoist third worldist, and I'm kind of undecided on which of the two candidates is going to step aside and let the revolutionary potential of the third world manifest in ways that are beneficial for the demise, in ways that will accelerate the demise of America.
I would like to.
All Gen Z isn't leftist, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's not my expectation at all. Hello? I know. I live in the fucking real world, okay? Many people don't agree with me. Trust me. If we're talking Gen Z, actually, I know, okay? Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross have more Gen Z fans than I do, okay?
Know, how does your administration plan to implement less taxes on wages and overtime?
Yeah, and making sure the vice president put out a proposal that 100 million Americans will receive a tax cut. If you're making less than $400,000 a year, which is pretty much everybody I know, your taxes won't go up. And I think we've been very clear on this. We're targeting our tax cuts and our tax relief by asking the folks that are at the top to pay their fair share. Folks that are making, tens of millions, many times they pay a much smaller percentage, if anything, on federal tax because they have ways. And I think what we're saying is it should just be fair. They should pay their fair share, and we should make sure the burden doesn't fall on this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. If you were sick on a day, can you get off work?
Yes.
You get paid for it?
I do not believe so, no.
Yeah, so those are the types of things, like in Minnesota we did it, the vice president's talking about this, because it's hard. Like, you think right now if you got sick for a week, how do you pay the bills then?
Yeah.
If you can't get paid. So we're talking about, for workers, making sure those proposals are out there. Are those types of things that make a difference, like when you hear on voting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I would definitely say so.
Healthcare or women's reproductive rights and things.
Damn it. It's outed. Kaya Piker has voted early for Donald Trump. It's true. According to this, I made some assumptions about her background. She has about an 80% chance of being a Harris voter. Yeah, dude. She's fucking Gen Z woman. She's a Gen Z woman in a union. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Statistically speaking, her being an undecided voter at this stage is so wild to me.
I can ask, and feel free to answer however you're comfortable with on there. How do you...
Of course, Libophonics has his link handy. Yes, Libophonics has this fucking link handy specifically so that he can analyze all of the people that he encounters throughout the day. He's like, let me see what the statistical likelihood that this person is a Kamala Harris voter. That's why he has it handy. White non-Latino, male, 35, what the fuck? 25 to 34. Let's say Muslim. California. City. Straight. College graduate. My chances of voting for a candidate is 80% Harris, 20% Trump. Okay. You're not white. I'm okay. Other ethnicity, 86%. Change to Miami, Florida. Damn. Dude, it's this. That's what changes it. Education being high school dramatically changes it. Agnostic. Damn. 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 Let's see gay, lesbian. Boom. Changed again. Damn. Bisexuals for Trump. Damn. Still bisexual white Latinos for Trump. I have 84 Harris to 16 Trump as a Hispanic in the Sun Belt. No reason to go buy but rural. Truth bomb. Trump is the buy representation we need. That is, I've been saying that.
You see that as that discussion's happening.
Like, whereas abortions happen, I feel like they are justified as long as it's not being taken advantage of. And I just believe that should be there for medically necessary needs.
No, and I thank you for trusting me with the answer, because I said this is one that, and I would just say how I feel and how the Vice President feels. We feel very strongly that that's your decision, that you should have the freedom to do that with your doctor.
Yes.
What? No trans option? Yes, because like if they're looking at only Trump or Harris voters, it's 99.9% voting for Harris. And then like it's 8 total trans people. Every single one of them has like a conservative contract to be a talking person for the conservative movement in America that is not voting for Kamala Harris. Actually, fuck it. Even Blair White probably is secretly voting for Kamala Harris. It's just one person. Caitlyn Jenner is the only trans woman in the United States of America that's like actually voting for Donald Trump.
Well, the first vote, are you excited about it?
I am very excited about it.
It matters, right?
Yes.
And so, well, I hope that the Vice President and I can earn your vote.
After our swing voters talked to Walz, we wanted to know, did he change their minds?
What's that growing season look like?
You know, I didn't think he would be so down to earth and have the ag background and have the knowledge of the union trades and everything. So
Does it change the way you're thinking about things?
yeah,
Oh my God, put Tim Walz in front of every man like this in the United States of America. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm so angry. I'm so upset. I'm getting more and more upset every moment. This is making me mad. Like, Donald Trump would never be able to have this conversation. He just would not. He would not be able to do so.
I think it does. I think I've definitely got to sit down and do some thinking.
I have a lot more faith in this Harris and Walz administration's outlook for us.
I'm mad that they picked him as VP. No, I'm mad that they didn't fucking utilize him more. I'm mad that they didn't utilize him more. I'm also mad that he can't be president. That's what I'm mad about.
So it's given me a lot more to think about. I'll be totally honest.
Jewel had to take off for her shift at work, so we called her later to get her take on the conversation.
Are there any moments that stuck out for you?
Well, I liked that he asked me about my opinion on abortion. It just really helped me decide kind of who I maybe want to vote for. It just kind of helped my opinion in that way.
And so I know you went in undecided. What's your feeling coming out of the conversation?
I definitely feel like he was just so genuine, and he was definitely like good answering my questions. So I just feel like I can definitely lean towards that administration.
Having more so labor-friendly people in the NLRB is a huge thing. Yeah. And I've seen some things swinging in a positive way. We just want to keep it going that way.
And do you feel like a Walz-Harris administration will do that?
I'm hoping so.
And so when you go to cast your vote, how are you going to vote?
I'm going to vote for Harris and Walz.
Gordon, Dan, Jamie, and Jewel are the types of people Tim Walz and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, imagine JD Vance having this conversation. They would be like, I want, like, JD Vance sit down with like 3 fucking union guys or like agriculture, like farm workers and shit, would cause every single one of them to like become the next Trump shooter. Okay. They would be like, I will never vote for the Republican Party ever again. And it is now my life's mission to like basically stop the Republican Party in its tracks. They would become Fedayeen for the fucking Democrats, dude. He did. He went to a picket line and they were like, you suck. What is this? Did this play into your vote, Hassan? It did. Dude, remember what they had. Like, this is something that you guys have to remember. You have to remember the love they felt for one another. Remember the feelings that they had for one another. The enemies to lovers arc that unfolded in front of our eyes. It's like, it was incredible. And then we took it away from them. I feel like Donald Vance just get their blood moving and it's the most they've felt in a while. Yeah. Donald Trump misses our boy Joe Biden like China misses Waltz.
About the election. Are you fired up?
No, not honestly, no, because it's either gonna be Trump or Kamala.
So for me, definitely Jill Stein. I'm definitely not Harris. I'm not gonna vote for Trump, but there's no way I'm gonna vote for the Democrats after.
Like, how the fuck did Jill Stein get this level of clout? Like low key, I feel kind of mad about PSL not doing enough promo. Like, that shit kind of pisses me off. Like, why is Jill Stein the alternative? Why not PSL? I can't believe I'm fucking Tuesdaying all over the fucking place, but it's like, it's annoying. It's annoying that like everyone was like, oh man, I guess Jill Stein. It's like, why? PSL not on the ballot in Michigan? Oh. Claudia de la Cruz! TSA is offering that up. Their last Instagram post was hyping up Jill Stein and independent party candidates a lot. The one chatter you banned is fuming right now. I mean, 100%. I would rather you fucking vote PSL than vote fucking Jill Stein. Straight up. Like, I've never been a Jill Steiner. I've never been a Jill Stein fan. Jill Stein rightfully got scared shitless in 2016 when she realized that her vote share in Michigan and Wisconsin exceeded Trump's margin of victory over Clinton, and subsequently led a fundraising effort to fund a recount. And yet she's back in 2024 with identical stakes. Why? It's very, very annoying. The progressive independent parties are now urging each other to vote for each other in certain states. And by us, I mean Palestinian, because we organized around the only candidate who actually made a huge push for us. It ain't about you and your feelings. It's about Gaza and sending the loudest message. Man, listen to my fucking words, okay? Listen to my words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying, why fucking Jill Stein and not PSL, dumbass? Okay? You think fucking PSL is not at the forefront of pro-Palestinian movements? Literally fucking advocated for harder for the Palestinian cause than fucking Jill Stein ever has, okay? Ask Jill Stein what she's doing on the off season when there isn't a fucking election coming up. Like, At least PSLs are the forefront of activism in the United States of America. They're everywhere, okay? Like, yeah, their electoral ambitions are bunk, but overall, please don't tell me how to vote as a two-time displacement champion. Man, you think I give a fuck? Oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Like, oh, okay, so I guess you're right. I guess go ahead, go off. I'm literally not even saying vote for the Democratic Party, dumbass. You're not listening to the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. So annoying. Like, like, there is no, like, oh, I'm Palestinian card in this situation. I am. I listen every day. Okay, well, then hear my words. Which is like, if you're going to go for a third party, well, the fuck would you go for Jill Stein? It's so annoying. Anyway. Like, I guess, ironically enough, the fact that Jill Stein only fucking runs every 4 years, like you only hear about her every 4 years, is the reason why she has name recognition. That's what's so frustrating about it. Whereas, like, that's literally it. Because she just effectively only operates as a spoiler. There's no other fucking, there's nothing else in it for her, it seems. Jill has a chance for 5%. PSL doesn't. No, she doesn't either. She's the only one who tried. Plus, she has a real shot at 5%. Okay, good luck. Why is this on so anti-progressive grassroots movement? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, bring back Ralph Nader, please. What the fuck?
Palestine.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably going to vote for Harris.
What I mean, a lot of people around here, they're very angry about the role of the Democratic presidency in arming Israel. What, given what's happening, what do you say to that?
No, it's definitely a valid concern, and I think it definitely, the anger is definitely justified, especially because, we expect more out of the Democrats. They're supposed to have morality. They're supposed to be against these kinds of pointless wars.
Hello from Michigan. We are on the verge of the US presidential election, and this state will help determine who the hell wins. Now, last time, Joe Biden only just scraped it, about 150,000 votes. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are throwing everything at Michigan.
Did you watch the Matthew Hassan Jill Stein interview? No, I also don't care. Like, I don't care enough to fucking pay that close attention to whatever the fuck Jill Stein is up to. It's just that, like, my metric for candidates, yes, I still grade on a curve, but it's like, it's just like, if I don't see you out there shooting in the gym, okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna see you as a serious person. Like, sure, yes, the pro-Palestinian movement, you put your advocacy towards, and that's fine, but it's like, it's crazy. PSL is fake, politicized activism, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, I like the DSA. I like the Working Families Party. I understand entryism. I agree with all of that. But in terms of, like, someone who completely wants to be outside of the duopoly, it's like, it just doesn't track. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I like that you said politicized activism, in my opinion. Like, what do you mean? PSL is, again, at the forefront of most movements in general. I've been a Democrat my entire life until today. Trump's America over Biden's America, and it's not really close. No, FaZe Banks, we lost him. We lost FaZe Banks, dude. We lost him. We were tricked into believing if we voted for Trump last election, we were bad people. Not again. At least not me. Sorry. I'm looking strictly at the facts. Fact is, inflation is at an all-time high. The U.S. dollar has lost nearly 20% of its buying power in the last 4 years. I cannot express how alarming and scary this is. And for the first time in U.S. history, the next generation of Americans will most likely be worse off than we were. First of all, no. That's not the first time in the next generation of Americans will be most likely worse off than we were. What? Brother, you're in the generation that is worse off. Like, you individually are not worse off than your parents, but like our generation is already worse off than our parents in terms of, you know, not being able to retire, not being able to buy a house, that kind of thing. Illegal immigration has gotten so bad that even people furthest on the left have conceded it to being a major issue. You have Kamala Harris in 2024 before GTA 6 talking about building a fucking wall at the southern border. I rest my case on the Kamala Harris border initiative, by the way, right there. Ugh. Yeah, I told you. I told you. Dudes who spell border with an A are gonna see Kamala Harris be like, oh, I'm the border candidate. And they're gonna go, okay, well, I guess I'll just go with the border guy instead. Listen, man, I understand the average dude, okay? I, in many respects, am an average dude. I hang out with average mindset dudes all the time. Okay? Please understand when I tell you, when Kamala Harris goes out and is like, I am the border czar, I am the border police, people are going to be like, oh shit, like even she's agreeing that the border is a problem. I remember vividly this being one of the left's biggest talking points, pushing Trump's racist narrative before narrative before he was even elected. Now all of a sudden, 8 years, 10 million people crossing the border. Oh my God, he wrote border with an A again. Everyone is also on the same page. Now it's a problem. It's just one of many examples demonstrating the Democratic Party's glaring hypocrisy. Trump's the first president of recent history where there were no new wars started during his term. Between Russia and Ukraine and everything else that's happening in the Middle East is looking like World War III is right around the corner. Democrats have become the party of censorship. Ano kapag ito na kaya, place. Okay, kapan mo sa shimna. So, Democrat has become the party of censorship, twisting words and winning at all costs. Several attempts have been made against Donald Trump's life in an effort to silence them. JFK and Abraham Lincoln were murdered because they were atypical politicians. Wait, what? JFK and Abraham Lincoln were murdered because they were atypical politicians that challenged the powers that be. America first, food for thought. Okay, Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt. This doesn't mean anything. What is going on? Typically, I wouldn't care one way or another, but this seems to be the most important by far election of my lifetime. Dude, they're so libbed up, dude. Yo, Republicans are so fucking libbed up. This is why I still don't think Trump is going to win, by the way. Because, like, this message is so fucking... This is the most important election of our lifetime. If you phase the fuck up, you got to vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God. No, this is not satire. Also, I don't think he's going to end up voting. Watch the most recent Joe Rogan podcast featuring Elon Musk, both historically Democrat, for more information as to why. Notice Trump/Vance's willingness to answer questions in the total silence on the side of Harris/Waltz. Again, food for thought. Okay, can I just say, FaZe Banks' entire summarization is everything I've told you about a specific type of guy. A guy, I wasn't referencing him when I was talking about like my apolitical voters who are like low propensity voter friends. Like, but he is exactly, he fits that bill so perfectly. Okay? Kaya, you know it's place time, baby. The hell is this? I will kiss you right now, you know? Come here. Come here. Oh my God. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. I don't care. Still face the fuck up. Oh, me too, brother. Please, whatever decision you make, ultimately, just please make the decision to vote. Oh my God, he's so fucking libbed up. He's saying, like, no matter who you vote for, just vote. I'm done with this country, bro. This better hit Lamau. The odds were so good I had to. Don't get it twisted. P.S. Don't get mad. I can't even vote. I'm Canadian. I mean, I think he's gonna win. He's gonna fucking make a lot of money off this shit. Don't sing that right now. I'm at the In-N-Out drive-thru. Chuck Diesel, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Fuck what? Elon Musk, Beyonce, or Taylor Swift have to say. At the end of the day, we're all rich and we'll be fine. Wait, what do you mean we're all rich, bro? Is he just talking to other members of FaZe? Like, fuck you mean? Can you survive in America where milk is $20 a gallon? That's the question to ask yourself. Oh, he's saying the people listed are rich. All right, let's look at after I just showed you the brilliant words of FaZe Banks. Let's take a look at what Kamala has to say against this, because I hope that she addresses this in her final rally. This is her closing remarks.
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back and to be with so many incredible leaders, including Bob Casey. Let's send him back to the United States Senate. I want to thank all the outstanding artists and performers who are here tonight and sharing the gift that they have with all of us. I thank you all so very much. And to everyone here, thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here, for us to all be here together, showing who America is, that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So Philadelphia, you ready to do this?
Man, please address FaZe Banks.
Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win?
Ma'am, please address the FaZe Banks issue, ma'am.
Brotherly love, where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. So America, it comes down to this. One more day, just one more day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side.
I just wish Kamala Harris was more defensible, like in what she advocated for during the campaign, regardless of whether she was committed to it or not.
Into the ambitions and the
Like, so many people invited me on the panels to defend Kamala Harris, and it's just like I couldn't. Like, it's not.
And we are
It's just so hard for me to do.
What we can
Like, the only thing I can do in that situation is just like attack Trump.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And that's it. It's a tough gig.
And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America. However, the race ain't over yet. And we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters.
No,
So
you
let me
can't
ask
eat your own
you,
hair,
who here has a
stupid.
plan to vote? All right, well, help spread the word. Here in Pennsylvania, polls are open tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And no matter what state you live in, if you are watching this, please go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including when and where to vote and where to drop off your mail-in ballot. And I also ask you to please talk with your friends and your family and your neighbors. Share your perspective on why you took the time to be here this evening and why this election is important to you. Encourage folks to make their voices heard, because we need everyone to vote in Pennsylvania, and you will decide the outcome of this election, Pennsylvania. So with only a few hours left, we still have work to do. And as you've heard me say before, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And we will win. We will win.
Why are you saying dono over and over again? What? I didn't see it. What the fuck's the dono? What did the dono say? What do you want?
We will win because
Why do you keep saying dono? Just fucking say what you said in the dono. What is the fucking dono? What do you want from me?
forward, where we see our fellow Americans.
I don't know why it didn't pop up.
Not as an enemy.
I want to
but as a
die.
neighbor.
Just fucking say what you said in the donation, dumbass.
For a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down.
The fuck is wrong with you? Just say it so I read it.
And Pennsylvania, you know me. I'm not afraid of tough fights. For decades, as a prosecutor and the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in this country, I won fights. I won fights against the big banks when they ripped off homeowners. I won fights against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women, children, and seniors, against cartels that trafficked in
How do I
guns and
revote?
drugs
Lol, I already
and human
voted for
beings.
Kamala. Phase up.
My entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. On behalf
I don't know why it
of
didn't pop up. Cash. I said it shaking my head. Wait,
and
that's
it? Is
it?
my pledge to you,
Brother, I thought you wanted me to read out something from the donation.
fight on your behalf.
I don't know why it didn't pop up
as
either.
president.
Thank you for the
There
dono.
is nothing in the world that will stand in my way.
What the fuck?
And instead of stewing over an enemy's list, I will spend every day on your behalf working on my to-do list. Full of priorities to improve your lives. Together, we will build an economy where we bring down the cost of living. We will ban corporate price gouging on groceries. We will make housing and childcare more affordable. We will cut taxes for workers, for middle-class families and small businesses. We will lower health care costs, including the cost of home care for seniors. Because on the issue of health care, I absolutely believe access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And to anyone out there watching this while we're here who still is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and take us
That's me.
back to the days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions, well, Philly, you know what I'm about to say.
What is she about to say?
We are not going back.
No!
We are not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future and ours is a fight
For the past.
freedom.
Fuck.
Including the most fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly.
What do you want?
So, America, I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common
Prosecute
ground
transnational gangs.
and common sense solutions to the challenges you face.
Is she going
I
to
am not
prosecute
looking to
transnational
score
gangs?
Political points. I am looking to make progress.
I need to know.
And I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to listen to experts. I pledge to listen to people who disagree.
Does she pledge allegiance to the United States of America?
Because, you
I
see,
think
I
not.
don't believe that people who disagree with me
That's right.
are the enemy. I'll give them a seat at the table. That's what real leaders do. That's what strong leaders do.
Boo. Boo. I don't want Republicans
And
at the
I
table.
pledge to
Boo.
always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Philadelphia, we are here together for many reasons, but probably one of the most important, because we love our country. We love our country. And when you love something, you fight for it.
No, you let it go. And if they come
And
back,
I do
then you
believe
know.
it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country, to then fight for its ideals, and to fight to realize the promise of America. I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And we all know, and we've read about it, at those marches, there were people from every walk of life who came together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. You know, growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. And I was blessed growing up to have family by blood and to have family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, of compassion, and faith. I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible. I have lived the promise of America. And today, I see the promise of America in everyone who is here, in all of you. We are the promise of